Good morning, welcome along, thanks for joining us. It's stage 4 of the 27th edition of Le Tour de LANGKAWI. 140.2 kilometers awaits the riders today from Bukit, Mertajam to Meru, Raya. And they have riders are down on the start line. It's 26 degrees Celsius, 11 kilometer an hour northeasterly wind at the moment. It's mostly sunny forecast for the riders today, they will be pleased about. There is a little bit of rain a little bit further south in Kuala Lumpur. But if you weren't with us yesterday, what a day for George Jackson of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. What a day for the team, in fact. And they controlled what was a breakaway group of heavy hitters, you would say, that went up the road. After yesterday's stage, the man there in the orange jersey, Arvid Klein, dropping out of that, and that leader's jersey, the turquoise leader's jersey, now passing over to Enrico Zanoncello, that you can see there. Ayman Rossley on the left there for the Malaysian national team is now in the white jersey as the best Asian rider. Simon Pello from Tudor Pro Cycling, who was in the breakaway group yesterday. He now is in the King of the Mountains jersey and has quite a commanding lead in that. There is just one Category 3 climb along the route today, so he will, I'm sure, go for those points if he can and look to try and extend his lead in the King of the Mountains classification. Thanks for joining us, Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through this year's Tour de LANGKAWI. It's a relaxed day, we would say, before we get to the high mountains tomorrow and the summit finish to the iconic Genting Highlands. It should be a day for the fast men, and we are sure Arvid Klein and Gleb Saritza will want to come out to play today. In terms of today's finish, we have an intermediate sprint at 38.7 kilometers into the stage at Bagan Serai. 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds on offer there. It's tight in the GC, so if someone wants to try and get the leader's jersey ahead of the Genting Highlands tomorrow, picking up some bonus seconds along the route, we've got 3 intermediate sprints with 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds. They could put themselves in a good position. We have one sprint at Talang coming with 45.9 to go, and the final intermediate sprint is with 22.2 kilometers to go at Songhai Supit. We have that Cat 3 climb at Kuala Kangsar, which is 57.6 kilometers from the finish, so 82.6 kilometers into the stage. The general classification looks like this today. Enrico Zanoncello leading, 12 hours 55 minutes and 5 seconds racing so far. He's level on time with George Jackson, yesterday's stage winner, so he would have that jersey by virtue of the placings that he's had on the previous stages, even though George Jackson had won a stage. Simon Carr of EF Education Easy Post is third at 4 seconds. Carlos Canal-Blanco of Euskaltel Euskadi is fourth at 6 seconds, just ahead of teammate John Bell Company, and he is at 6 seconds. Jon Aguirre of the Keeper Cohen Farmer is 6th at 7 seconds. Tom Scully is 7th at 7 seconds, and then you have Pablo Costilla, Logan Curry and Joaquin Mergulday. That is your top 10 overall. It's the rollout from the start today. It's always a fairly mellow start to the day, John. The neutralised section, chance for everyone just to catch up. It was a tough day yesterday.
Yeah, nice little 8 kilometres for them to get themselves sorted. And after yesterday, we thought about, when we started yesterday, how difficult those early climbs were, and they actually were. They went out and raced them. Really good breakaway of 9 riders. That put the bunch into difficulty. The big sprinters with distance. We had a big gruppetto as well, so Yeah, a tough day out yesterday, which is exactly what we wanted to see. We were wondering if everyone would just feel like they need to wait until the big day tomorrow up at Genting Highlands. But it was a real good day's racing. Might be the same again, maybe an aggressive start, but definitely a day for the sprinters.
Yeah, we'll expect a breakaway to get clear. We'll look for that break of the day. But just a rider there wearing 52 in the centre, Paul Double. He was one of the members of our breakaway group yesterday. A great climber is the British rider from Human Powered Health. It didn't work out for them in the end. They really put themselves out there. So those GC riders that were up there yesterday, the likes of Simon Carr, Paul Double, they'll really need to try and let the legs recover today, potentially, but ahead of Genting.
Yeah, I think they will. But they did the right thing yesterday, in my opinion, going out and racing, seeing what they could do. You never knew that break at some points of the day. We really thought that was going to go all the way to the end, and that was going to be our new general classification, really, that group of 9. They looked, but at some point when it went out to 2 minutes 40, I didn't think it was ever going to come back. And actually, it was all down to 2 riders from Bolton Equities, Matt Bostock and Logan Curry. They were able to hold that gap, bring that gap down to a controllable gap.
Matt Bostock there wearing number 42 for Bolton Equities Blacksburg. It was a remarkable ride by that team yesterday, and Matt Bostock in particular was that, you said it yesterday in commentary, that if that gap hadn't come down under a minute on that long descent, that break was gone. Yeah. And I think seeing the evolution of Bolton Equities Blacksburg yesterday was a kind of really, a crowning sort of glory moment for them, for want of a better phrase, because the way they rode, the confidence that they rode with as a team, the faith they put in George Jackson, it was really impressive. Seeing them sort of grow as a team is, it's really welcome seeing a team from New Zealand just performing like this, and then coming to the end of the season, the future's really bright, I think, for Bolton Equities Blacksburg.
Yeah, it's been a great way to finish. It's just that even if they didn't take stage victory with George Jackson, they did everything correct. And of course, there was only 3 riders left in that group, and that was, of course, George Jackson, Logan Curry and Matt Bostock. The other half of the team were distance with the big group Hetto that ended up 30 minutes down. So with a reduced number of how many riders they actually had, and it was pretty much only Bostock for most of the time early on. Curry had gotten an earlier breakaway and then was still in that group, and then he contributed as well. A brilliant ride, and it's great to see the team, they're showing what they can do, and they've shown with reduced numbers how to bring back a group of 9, which arguably were the 9 strongest riders in the race, because it didn't go on ease, it went on pure power on the climbs. So hats off to Bolton Equities just for that performance, but then to finish it off with a win, George Jackson delivered there, and makes it even sweeter.
It does indeed. Green Project Bardiani CSF up towards the front. They now have that jersey to defend today. We'll see how they decide to play this one, the Italian team. If you are just joining us, welcome aboard. We're having a little mellow start to the day here on stage 4 of the Tour de Langkawi. We're just on the rollouts. We're on the 8.2 kilometre neutralised section. I hope you're well today. Thanks for tuning in to our coverage. We are with you flag to flag here in the Tour de Langkawi, including the neutralised section. And so it's a good chance for everyone just to catch up with friends in the peloton, just roll out the legs. Everyone will have started the day with some good food in the pockets. You'll see people just tucking into a little snack as they roll away. We're at 10 o'clock in the morning here in Malaysia, so the riders will just they'll have had their brekkie a while ago, and then they just now get some early snacks in, get something, just start the feeding early.
Yeah, it's normally eat around 3 hours before you actually race. So by the time you get 10 o'clock, I don't know about you, I wouldn't mind a little snack if I've had breakfast at 7. So yeah, it's the time to do it.
You do get the proper munchies about 10.
Yeah,
you know,
10.
if you've had breakfast 3 hours before.
Yeah,
you know.
at least. Normally 11s.
Yeah.
But, second breakfast.
That's when you want. That's when you want your Swannies with your frangipane cakes and those kind of things, isn't it? That they've put something special in your pocket. So there's been something nice that the Swannies have found ahead of the stage. That's kind of when you want to dig in your pocket, find a little brioche with some Nutella or something like that in it.
Yeah, you can't go wrong. We've got with the rice cakes now as well. Oreo rice cakes.
Oh, that's mind-bending, that one.
Oh, they're brilliant. It's just chocolate and rice. Honestly, as a little snack. If it wasn't full of carbs and calories, then
you've got to watch them
a lot of them.
You've got to watch them in the team car as a DS, haven't you?
Yeah, you do. You need to stay away from them, and they taste really nice as well. You have to. Yeah, there's it's nice when they mix it up. A bit of chocolate. When I was racing, I preferred the savoury stuff. I preferred ham and the egg, or I don't know why. Normally, I guess it would be because I'm having so many gels as well, sweet kind of stuff. It's nice to have something a bit savoury. But now, the other way around.
You can put an Oreo cookie in anything; it tastes good, can't you?
Anything. And also, as well, you always, if you're smart, you remember when the Soigneurs are making the Oreo rice cakes, because obviously there's Oreos left over that need to be helped. They can't just go stale in the packet. You may as well eat them as well. So if you time it right, you can get there, get a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, and it feels like you're helping them.
It does. You know, like you say, there's this. You can't leave over Oreo cookies, but that's the sort of if you're smashing too many of them in a day, that's when you've got to get a proper direct to sportive running group going each night, and you get out for a little trot.
Need to do something actually in the morning. I've been at it for a year now, and I can notice the difference. You need to do some exercise. It's crazy actually how fast you stop doing it. You go from being like all these riders, so fit and ready to take on the world, but then you come home and you ride your bike again, and suddenly that hour-and-a-half loop takes way over 2 hours.
Welcome to my world.
Oh. Yeah, running group maybe. Running's hard though. That's the problem.
You have to be as an ex-pro though. You have to kind of build into running, because my colleague I commentate with a lot, Danny Rowe, she was saying that when she finished racing, she started running and she just started to like really run and proper run, and ended up with 2 stress fractures from running, because as a cyclist you're not really used to weight bearing a lot of the time.
Yeah, no impact sport. It's not an impact sport in any way. So, and I think now I'd probably be okay, because I've now got unfit enough that I wouldn't be able to be fit enough to. My lungs aren't fit enough to push my legs and my bones under pressure. But of course, if you finish and go straight into running, your lungs and heart are so big and so strong that you're able to run and not be out of breath, or fatigue doesn't hit you as well. So then you can really push yourself too far. Of course, I've only done a bit of running, but when I was racing, we did a park run just at the end of the season. And I did a 19-minute park run without any issue. And then now
how were your shins after that?
Well, I ran down. We did a little warm-up run down, because one of my mates who rides a bike and runs, and he said, "Oh, we need to do a warm-up." And I was arguing with him, saying, "I don't need to do a warm-up, because I think I can only manage 5 kilometers." So in the final K, the lights went out, and I couldn't run any longer. But I just about finished it. But,
could you still do a 19-minute
No,
park
nowhere
run?
near now. Nowhere near.
That's
I need to find a fast one.
Now you need to come down to mine. It's flat along the seafront down in Seaford in East Sussex. Great park run.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's a very good one.
There's the one in Cardiff is really fast. That's where the national record is held or something.
What is the national record for the park run?
14 or 15 minutes or something like that.
That's mind blowing, isn't it?
But it's 5k in a circle, so there's no U-turn or anything. It's like a whole, and if it's dry, I think on the field it's fast. Like I'm an expert at park runs, I've done 3.
Yeah, we love a park run. I think there's. We should see if there's a park run in Kuala Lumpur this Saturday. We'll go out and have a trot. And we also need to do a survey of like the best DS snacks that are going on in the team cars. We need to find that out as well. We need to like get a survey. We'll send our camera crew out to see what the director sportifs have got in the cars. Yeah, definitely. We're on our rollout. We're not far away from kilometre 0, and I hope you're kicking back, having a coffee this morning, and getting ready for the start proper. It is stage 4 of Le Tour de Langkawi, 140.2 kilometres, and we're rolling out of Bukit Mertajam to Meru Raya. I can only find one previous finish here, and that was last year. And it was Jakob Mareshko that took the stage, ahead of Rudiger Selig and Edward Grosjean. We had Juan Sebastian Milano, Erland Blickra, Max Canter, Lionel Tamino, Gustav Basson, Martin van der Berg, Manuel Penalver, Reinhard Jansi van Rensburg in 11th, and Gleb Sarista in 12th. So we'll see what the Astana Kazakhstan rider can do in this one today. The Corotec, Sela Talida, Davide Baldacchini. They were impressive yesterday. The Corotec Sela Italia team. They got tricked, I think. I think they got proper punked by Bolton Equities Black Spoke, who just managed to persuade them into doing a massive amount of work at the end.
Yeah, it's actually exactly what Bolton Equities needed to do. They brought that gap down to almost just hanging out that carrot of a stage victory in the hope someone would take over, and then eventually Corotec, Salitalia moved their way forward and had to bring that break back. Obviously, they were the only one of the other teams, along with Astana, who had missed that move. And if they're hoping for any general classification hopes, they have to bring that break back, because if they let it go out any further, they had no hope of a general classification result tomorrow. Oh. But they did move up there. They did have 4 riders in that group at the end as well. Zotto and Viviani.
For a member of the Malaysian national team, 24 years old, Ayman Rosli. Just getting some shots of our peloton rolling out. So Meru Raya is down near Ipoh. So we've had plenty of stage finishes in Ipoh in the past. They actually have an outdoor track at Ipoh. I think that's where they had the track events for the Commonwealth Games. 1998? Is it 98? Commonwealth Games? I need to double. Sorry, mate.
No, I think it was 98.
Yeah.
Because 2002 was Manchester.
It was.
Melbourne 2006. And then Delhi in India 2010.
It was 98.
98.
My brain hasn't deserted me this morning.
No, that was good. I remember seeing old photos as that. It was all in black and white and stuff.
Yeah, it was back in the day. Yeah. Before you were born, isn't it? Yeah. I know.
No, I was born, but I didn't know what the Commonwealth Games were.
My good friend Peter Jakes was one of the track riders on that. He got one of the. I want to say he was 4th. I'm going to double check that, because that was then back in 1998 for the British riders. That was a good result. So we'll see. I'll go and check that. We're through kilometre 0. Away we go. 140 kilometres to go, and the attacks coming thick and fast at the front. Welcome along Bukit Mertajam to Meru Raya today, and many teams trying to get into the breakaway group. The 7-Eleven team from the Philippines, 7-Eleven Sync Air 21 by Road Bike Philippines, in those red 7-Eleven jerseys, looking to try and get themselves into a breakaway group today. It's going to be a tricky one today, because it's pretty flat and the roads are really wide.
It's pretty flat and similar to exactly what road we're on now. There is one point I looked at on the course. So it's 16 kilometres. They take a slip road to the left, and then they enter a bit of a town for around 10 kilometres and a bit more technical. So at 16k, the road goes down to one lane, and they leave this main highway that we're currently on. So if that is a chance, it's a chance for any team who is happy with a breakaway going up the road. If they move to the front at the right time, they'll be able to close the road off and then allow a breakaway to slip off. And if you haven't made a move by that point, that's when you need to start moving up and getting in position. So key point with 123 kilometres to go.
It's a little headwind at the moment for a lot of the day. It looks like it is going to switch the wind as the afternoon goes on, but it's almost tracing the course at the moment. So they might have a headwind for a lot of the morning, but it is supposed to switch as the afternoon goes on. So we'll keep an idea of that. It's a southerly wind of just 6 to 10 kilometres an hour, about 7 to 10 kilometres an hour, with gusts of 19 to 21. So not really too much to worry about. Looks like Tom Scully trying to get her on the action here at the front. So EF Education Easy Post in the pink jerseys kicked things off yesterday. Armour to climb up here in the orange jersey. It's interesting. Maybe just covering it.
Yeah, I think he's just in the right place, and when you're racing at the front of the bunch, it's actually easier to follow the moves. You help your teammates out as well. You can't leave it up to. Sometimes it's hard to find all 6 of you in the right position at the time. So sprinters, if they can close little gaps here and there, it's a good team job really. They then help one of the other riders move up into position. They cover a move. They're not going to ride on the front and really push it, obviously. They get to the front and just follow. It's also good for them to know what's going on within the race and who is trying to sneak off up the road.
Day 4, you're starting to get some riders sort of hit day 3 and 4, and the legs really, the legs really start to hurt day 3, day 4 of a long stage race.
Yeah, the bit of fatigue is starting to come in. It should be a lot of riders should be okay, especially if you're in that gruppetto yesterday. A very hard start, but not a crazy finish. But there will be some tired legs in that group, especially the 9 riders that were in that breakaway for a very long time yesterday. They use a lot of energy. Interestingly, Green Project Bardiani with that leader's jersey, they're not keen to allow anything to go up the road at the moment. They want to be part of all these breakaways. Worth noting, Bolton Equities, Black Spoke are the same as well. They're represented trying to get a man in the breakaway.
So if you this morning, if you're the DS of Green Project Bardiani, what different scenarios would you be looking at?
So there's 2 ways of looking at today's stage. Very likely it could be a bunch sprint. So again, if you have a rider in the move, you then don't have to chase. No one is looking at you to bring back the break. So it might be the easier version, and you can actually have the argument, Zanincello, he isn't the out and out, he hasn't won a stage yet. Why do we need to ride on the front? Yeah, he is in the leader's jersey, but he's not going to ride for general classification. He's going to lose that jersey tomorrow on Genting Highlands. So if we try and put a man in the move, there's no pressure on us to ride. And then you look at teams like Astana and of course Tudor Pro Cycling, 2 of the fastest sprinters in the race, and you look to lean on them, and then they take over controlling the peloton and bringing the breakaway back.
Because traditionally you always look at it and you go, right, leader's jersey, you have to defend, but it's not always the case, is it?
No, you don't have to. And of course, in my mind, it's going going to be hard to do because a lot of people, they're not going to allow it to just allow a Green Project Bardiani rider to slip off into the breakaway, so you have to keep covering them and covering them. But also, just because you're in the leader's jersey, it is the old school done thing, but it doesn't mean that you have to do it. It isn't a written rule, it's one of the unwritten rules of cycling.
Yeah, cycling's unwritten rule book is, you know, about the size of War and Peace.
Yeah.
So our attack is going in, and it's one of our 7-11 riders. It is Nico Blanca Pareja for 7-11. Click Air 21 by Road Bike Philippines. Good to see the 7-11 team getting up the front, and he is joined in the group by Giulio Masotto from the Cortex Italia team. So our man from the Philippines has started the move, looks back over his shoulder, sees he's got one rider for company. Masotto just checking the computer on his handlebars, just taking the moment just to decide what he's going to do here. Are we going? Are we not going? He's just giving a little nod there to Pareja. And he's going to ride now. He's decided to ride. He's like, away we go. We've got a little gap. And he's going to have one more rider coming across here. So got start of a little group going on. So 3 teams now represented at the front. More riders trying to come across. Plenty of action. This is basically the pattern we've had over the last 4 days, the opening 4 days. Just attack after attack after attack. We've had many days where it looked like the breakaway was gone, only for another group of attacks to go off the front, and it all come back together. We just saw our leader's jersey of Enrico Zarangelo going through our picture. Just have a look down the bunch. We had a few DNFs yesterday, which meant that Giant Cycling are now down to 1 rider in the race, I think, which was a shame for them. Alright, 181 getting up there. That's Choi Dong-hyuk from KSPO. Good to see the KSPO team getting up here on day 4 and getting into the breakaway. Super compact, isn't he, on the bike? And our 2 other breakaway riders are quite tall. Not going to be getting an awful lot of shelter from Pareja today, are they?
No, they'd be fighting for the other one's wheel. Not that keen to go through Cortex Italia. There, Mazzotto, maybe being smart, waiting for more riders to come across.
I think also sometimes for the European riders, they because they're not familiar with the jerseys, they almost sometimes underestimate the talent of the not only a talent, but they're not aware of how the riders from the Asia Tour and who they are, you know, and they are, you know, we've got some phenomenal teams and great riders in this race. So I think he's just taking a moment, isn't he? He's just trying to decide what's going on.
Yeah, almost just checking on what's going on, and then he moves forward and pulls through. He needs to just start everyone rolling through, work together, keep the speed high. Almost turned around and waited for the 2 riders to come across, but he hasn't got time. They haven't got time to wait. He needs to just make sure this breakaway can be established. You can see 7 riders in the lead. Peloton a bit happy with that, I think. They're happy. Backed off over this bridge.
Yeah, it's interesting. As we've said on the rollout, there's going to be a few tired riders in there today after yesterday, and also with one eye on tomorrow. And it is a flat day. It is one of those days for the sprinters, so it is going to be a tall order for a breakaway to go all the way to the finish, but we need a breakaway, and they've got those intermediate sprints along the route. We've got one King of the Mountains point for them to be able to fight it over as well. Sasha Vimas there wearing 56 for Human Powered Health. He's another rider that is going to want to run out today in the sprint.
Yeah, he had a good result on the first day, second place, and a disappointing second day. So can the Human Powered Health team get all round Sasha Vimas? Interesting here. They're just, looks like they're waiting for the two riders behind to come across. But at the moment, this looks like breakaway of the day.
Oscar Mauricio Pacon is the rider on the back from Nusantara. And then we've got Ivan Kobo from Equipo Kern Pharma. It's a very chilled breakaway this at the moment, isn't it? It's like, yeah, come on guys, we'll see if it goes.
They're just able just to control things, ride at a steady pace. Did you just get those two riders onto the back? And then we will have a group of 8 in the breakaway. And the peloton happy with that move. Completely all across the road. Yeah, some tired legs in that peloton today.
Yeah, look at that. It's very spread out. That's very much right. See you later, lads. Off you go. You can take this one.
And this is the time now for the questions. Who's going to be the team that start and initiate the chase? Be some conversations within that bunch now. And between the DSs in the cars behind. Are you going to give us a rider? Are you going to give us a rider? I know one of those, all those conversations that come with that. If they do have a bit of an agreement, could see Leonardo Basso of Astana back up working on the front, and even possibly our King of the Mountains jersey, Simon Pilo.
He's not going to be too concerned today, is he, with that one climb?
No.
Just Cat 3 climb.
Yeah, he should be fine. Should hold that jersey. You can see after the flat out start to the first 3 stages, a gap already to a minute 10. There you go. Mazzotto keeping everyone in check. You just need to roll through nice and steady.
And our one giant cycling team rider has made it into the breakaway, which is good to see. Getting himself up there is number 201, Deng Pengai. That's a good way to show your teammates you're still in the race, isn't it? If they're all sat in the team bus behind the race.
Yeah, brilliant move actually. Great to have that representation there.
Tanah Yatan is in there. We've also, so you got Kobo, Masoto Pareja, Park, Othman, Deng, Yatan, and Yawarat. So number 181, as we said, is Choi Dong-yuk. And it is Astana that have come through to the front.
And it is that man, Leonardo Basso, joined by a rider from Green Project Bardiani. It's amazing how quickly now the pelotons begin to ride. Last time check, only at a minute 10. Long gone at the times where breakaways were allowed 8 to 10 minutes. Get anything higher than 3 minutes today, I don't think.
Yeah, they just used to chill for a few hours, didn't they? Let the breakaway go and then just worry about bringing it back.
Yeah, not anymore.
So Ivan Kobo just in there for the keep it going farmer. Good to see Tanathat Yatan getting back into a breakaway. A rider here wearing 124 for Raya Online Insurance. They had a break. They had a rider in the break yesterday in Adne van Engelen. So they've been very active so far in this race. That's Ratchanon Yawarat from the Thailand Continental team. And the Thailand Continental team, they had Lucy Kyong, I think he rode for them for a bit a few years ago. 1 minute and 10 with 128 kilometers to go. Up to 1 minute and 30, and it's our overall leaders team in the green, white and purple colours up here with Astana. Enrique Zanoncello has been sprinting well against the likes of Arvid de Klein and Gleb Zaritza, so not outside of the realms of reality if they work for him again that he could hold on to that jersey today. A little bit of light rain for the breakaway. This is kind of the weather at the moment here. Just get little squally showers that just seem to roll in. This is Afik Offman wearing 195. For that Nusantara team. And then Deng Pengai for Giant. We're getting established, 127 kilometers to go. Gap is at 1 minute and 30 seconds from our breakaway group, which is Nicole Paruja, Julia Mazzotto, Choi Dong-yuk, Advi Goffman. We're off for a little short commercial break. Come back.
Today I visited the Technology Gallery and checked out the various innovations spearheaded by PETRONAS Centre of Excellence. I was really excited to learn about the PETRONAS research and development, as well as the commercialisation of hydrogen-related technology.
This is where all the big technological advancements that you've seen, they're all made here, they're all being invented here. This is where all the magic happens.
This is our technology. We call it PEM or PEM, Proton Exchange Membrane Electrolyzer. We are much lower in terms of electricity consumption. Yeah, we can actually produce cheaper and more hydrogen. For 5 kilograms of hydrogen, you can actually drive for 1,200 kilometers.
So this is the ore that is like similar to the fossil fuel ore, but this one is the RJ ore.
And our process are simple, less pressure and use less hydrogen. With our algae, we don't have to use a pre-treatment unit, so enhance the entire process with cheaper costs.
And then the beauty of it is that within 5 days, you can produce this ore.
What we do is take away waste plastic, recycle waste. Mainly if you take from plastic bottles like this, you take basically mainly of the cap, the polyethylene and the propylene. You grind it and to make it to small pieces, and you blend it and become what we call bitumen.
So this is for the roads? Or?
For the roads,
yeah,
yes.
Okay.
So basically you can use it for Formula 1 road.
The unique 3 things about graphene is, number 1, it's in terms of its thinness, it's 1 millionth thinner than your hair. It's very, very thin. And the strength is 200 times stronger than steel.
Wow.
So it's stronger than diamond. Because of that strength, it's 200 times steel, you don't need much to give the same strength to the body parts for the car. So you're building a mold to actually test for crushing strength and so on. So it's probably something interested for F1 as well, because you only need, you make it lighter and go faster.
Today I was lucky enough to witness some of the exciting innovations in future fuel development with hydrogen, with algae oil as fuels, and to see how that can help shape our future.
Ain't no surprise that I can't sleep tonight. My only vice is standing by your side. So won't you love me better? I'm waiting here. I need you now. Gravity can't hold us down, so just take me there to higher ground. Rising up like a phoenix is. Been tired of pushed to the ground. Speaking my heart like it really is. 'Cause I can't take another look. I see, I like, I go, I get, no one can hold me Speaking my heart like it really is. No. I see, I like, I go, I get, no one can hold me back. I see, I like, I go, I get, no one can hold me back. I see, I like, I go, I get, no
Welcome back to stage 4 of Le Tour de Langkawi, 140.2 kilometers today from Bukit Mertajam to Meru Raya. 8 stages in total this year's race, 1,278.1 kilometers in total. We hit the halfway point today before we head to the high mountains tomorrow for the Genting Highlands, and the rain has started falling. There's our white jersey as the best Asian rider, Ayman Rossley. In terms of our breakaway group, the rider who is the danger, not just to the white jersey there as the best Asian rider, but also the turquoise leaders jersey, is Ratchano Yarawat from the Thailand Continental team, who sits at 10 seconds in the general classification. We're 122 kilometers to go. The peloton are at 1 minute and 40, so they've started to ride, and Yarawat is sneaked in here by stealth, isn't it? It's impossible sometimes when everyone's so close on time to just keep an eye on everyone, isn't it? But he's got himself up here. There's 3 intermediate sprints along the route. He sits at 10 seconds. He could move himself up in GC and potentially put himself in that white jersey.
Yeah, it's a good day. He needs to be aware of those intermediate sprints. 3 on today's stage. Maximum points time he can gain is actually 9 seconds, so he could actually end up 3rd overall provisionally. He takes all those. So that does mean he would take a 9-second lead in the Asian riders classification.
And he's the virtual leader on the road
and already,
at 1 minute and 40. So if you're new to cycling or you've jumped into our live stream, when we talk about virtual leaders, it's if we stop the race at this point, and the breakaway were given this time, he would be the leader. But you've got to have that gap intact when you get all the way to the finish. And 10 seconds down on the general classification. The rest of our riders, Ivan Kobo's at 2:52. The rest of our riders were in the gruppetto yesterday. So that white jersey, Ayman Rosli there, where the white jersey with the Malaysian flag on it. He races here with the Malaysian national team, so quite an honour for him to be in that white jersey and representing the Malaysian national team. So the Thailand continental team kind of need to feed that information back to Ratchano Yarawat to make sure that he goes for those bonus seconds, because we have our first intermediate sprint of the day to come with 102.5 kilometers to go. So it's almost that little nod potentially within this group to let them know, because he's crept in here. They're going to control this now. The rest of now that it's settled and the director sportifs behind will have the numbers, they'll start to let the riders know that this man here in the light blue, dark blue colours of the Thailand continental team is a threat in the general classification. He's low down. He's only at 10 seconds, as we've said. But that team his team and his director sportifs need to feed back to him that he needs to take these intermediate sprints. In this situation, would you have a little word with the rest of the break and let them know, or is there too much at stake and too many prizes, sort of points-wise and financially, to sort of give them away?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, because you are going to get prize money for getting up there in that classification and on the day. But maybe just a bit of a slight conversation. He just needs to, even if he can't win, he's got 3 chances if this stays away. The final sprint comes with 22 kilometers to go. So if they're still away, he's given himself 3 chances. Even if he gains 1 second in one sprint, he will go in provisionally to that Asian leader's jersey at the end of the day. Just needs to pick off 1 result.
There's confirmation of your group. Kobo Kayon in there for the Equipo Curve Farmer team. And the rest of our group, Julia Masotto of Goratech, Choi Dong-hyuk from KSPO, Afik Othman from the Nusantara team. You've got Ivan Kobo, as we said, from Equipo Curve Farmer, Tanathat Yatan from the Rujai Online Insurance team, Deng Pengai from the Giant Cycling team, and Ranachat Ratchana, my apologies, Yarawat from the Thailand continental team is our other rider in our group. A few little rain spots over the peloton as we roll through. 119k to go. There's your orange jersey of Arvid Decline. Back up to our leading group. And nice to see that the 7-11 team from the Philippines have represented in this breakaway today. Another growing continental team. And the Philippines have their own tour as well. So it looks like a beautiful tour as well. Tour of the Philippines. Big cycling scene there as well. The roads, mountain biking as well. That's they have some really strong mountain bikers, especially on the women's side of the sport. The Philippines, great tradition in cycling. Also had lots of track riders over the years. They're holding the gap now at minute and 40. A few little potholes there. You just got to be Choi Dong-hyuk. Little bobble as he went through there. Just took his hands off the bars just at the wrong time.
But 8 riders in that move. Holding now at 1 minute 20. Did see Mazzotto trying to control things, keep everyone in check. the breakaway need to do is ride at a pace, a steady pace. That means that peloton will slow down. They don't want to catch them straight away. It's a difficult one to do. Want to hold their energy for that final hour of racing, that final 40-45 kilometers, to give themselves a chance of trying to steal a result. But already one of those days, unfortunately, when you know the peloton should have the firepower to bring them all back together.
As a break in this situation, how do you sort of mentally approach it when you get into this on a day where it should be a day for the sprinters?
You're doing a good job for your team. That's why they're there. They're representing, getting the sponsors on TV, and also in a way, it's good practice. It's good training in some ways. How you need to learn and how you're going to do this in the future. And you can see the conversations. The rain started.
And you were saying yesterday in terms of rain jackets in this, that a rain jacket can have a really detrimental effect on you when it's hot and rainy.
Yeah, it's still 27 degrees, so if you put a rain jacket on, say like a standard jacket that you would get, of course they're not as aerodynamic. If you start riding around with a rain jacket on all day, it's going to take more energy out of you. And also you also get really hot. You get hot from the inside, really. It's sometimes the technology has improved greatly from it used to just be like a boil in a bag. Basically, you'd be wearing a bag and really get warm. But it's still the same. If you went back and put something on, you're actually just going to warm yourself up. And you're not getting cold. That's the real reason for putting a jacket on when it rains, is trying to keep your core body temperature warm. And in this, when the climate is like this, when it is raining, 27 degrees, it's still 27 degrees. So unless it rains for a really long time, then you might want to put a jacket on.
And when you do overheat like that, and as you say, you're almost sweating on the inside of the jacket, how much does that, what sort of detrimental effect does that have on performance, sort of physiologically?
Well, a huge amount. You then become dehydrated, and that's the biggest thing. You can't just recover that quickly. You've completely overheated, and then your body kind of just really shuts down. The legs shut down. Body's trying to recover and cool off, but of course it's impossible to cool off when you're still having to ride at 150 beats a minute in a bike race.
Is it something as a team and as a sport director, when you bring a team from Europe to Asia, that you have to really advise the riders to really watch their hydration levels, because they're not used, because heat's not heat the world over, is it? It's and is it something that you really have to sort of drum into them, that they have to drink more than they think they need to compared to a hot day in Europe?
Yeah, it's always a constant reminder to all the riders, keep drinking. And actually on a day like today when it is raining, it's again key. You need to keep on top of it, because you might feel on a day like today it won't be that hot. You won't feel as hot as it usually is, but the temperature is still high. It's constantly reminding the riders simple things. You feel like it's a simple thing, but the simple things are the important things that sometimes are forgotten.
Graham Jones, our race director, in the car. You see, back up to our group. And a little bit of word going in between the riders, and as you can imagine, it's Ratchano Hiarawat of the Thailand Continental team that's break cheerleader, for want of a better word, trying to encourage everyone to help take him clear. He is the virtual leader on the road, is the man from the Thailand Continental team in the light blue and dark blue colours. I gotta say, big respect to Deng Peng Hai as well from the Giant team. He's the only rider left in the race. He's just having a drink. The white and blue jersey with the here you can see the second. They're quite similar, the Rouge Eye jersey. He's got his He's got a white, blue and orange helmet. They're just going past each other now. He's on an orange bike. Respect to him. He's the only rider left of his team. He's in the break.
Yeah, brilliant, actually, when you're on your own. Got yourself in the break. Team car up there with you as well. No one else to worry about. You're at the front of the race, giving yourself a chance. No, it's great to see. It would have been a bit of a quiet morning for him on his own. But he stayed motivated, gone out and he's now found himself in the break.
Yeah, it must be quite lonely at Brekkie.
Yeah.
Go down, normally have a chat with your teammates. He's kind of sat there on your own. Hopefully the DSs and Swannies and that have come down and joined him for breakfast, so he's not sat on his own. Be like that classic sketch from Mr. Bean when he's sat in the restaurant on his own. But it's good to see him in the break. Respect to him for getting up there and getting in there, the 25-year-old man from China. Afiq Othman coming through here from the Nusantara team from Indonesia in the black and gold. It's nice, very stealthy.
Yeah, I do like that.
Kit.
There's a nice polygon bikes as well, black and gold.
Yeah, it looks good. I like the way they've done it. It looks classy.
Yeah.
You know. Sometimes you can put black and gold together and it doesn't always work, but it does. It's looking good.
Simple.
So just the Thailand Continental team car just coming up now.
Yeah, to have a chat with Othman there.
Yeah. Maybe I'll let Yarawat know that his team car's here. Afiq Othman. Maybe have a little chat as he goes past. You have your DS is here. Wants a word. He's right behind him. He's behind you. Rolling through. So good to see the Nusantara team getting up here in the break. This is our man that kicked it all off. Nicol Parejam from the 7-11 team from the Philippines. He was the man that got everything going. He was joined at the front by Julio Masotto, who was kind of in two minds whether he was going to go until a multiple group of riders. I don't think he fancied a day out, just the two of them. But I think once the group came up to him, he changed his mind. When you put two riders together and you see how tall Julio Masotto is, when you get into a breakaway, and we're probably not far off similar, you know, we're fairly, I'm not that tall, but when you get in a break with a rider that is a lot smaller than you in height, do you think, literally how am I going to get any shelter here, or how do you try, you probably have to just tuck it down, you know, a lot.
You do. There was actually, technically, in a technical way, it's actually the same amount of shelter. There was a lot of talk about when we were with Great Britain, Team Pursuit. We had a shorter rider in the team, and us taller riders were always arguing that we don't want to go on his wheel because we don't get enough shelter. And then the sports scientist went out and did a lot of research for us, and then proved that we get the same amount of shelter because of the wheel sizes, and they proved it anyway. Right. I still don't believe it because I'm sure if someone's smaller than you, you don't get as much shelter.
Maybe they would say that the air just hits the rider anyway, but then the air becomes, you know, turbulent anyway.
Yeah,
so once it hits the rider, then it kind of...
It dissipates, and they said that it's actually the same as having some... But again, it was a while ago.
But I would say, you know, being a bit of a short, chunky monkey, that when I was doing Team Pursuit, you know, I would have been given that amount of shelter. That's what because it might be flowing the air around everybody as well.
Yeah, I'll have to text them and ask them to explain it again, because they showed us in great detail, because at that point it was the shorter rider actually was one of the strongest.
Right.
So he was the best of the team. So he wasn't going anywhere. because he was pulling us round, but all of us were fighting not to be on his wheel. So
yeah. Answer on a postcard if you know the drag coefficient of a shorter rider in front of a taller rider. We'd love to hear it. We'd love to hear it.
So you just have to remind yourself, actually, if you are behind them, it's okay. Maybe it was a bit of a tactic just to make us feel good. A placebo effect.
Psychologically, you're like, yes.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's fine.
But they've done, it's like the research that they've done, isn't it, into the team sprint and stuff like that, in terms of everyone just used to be right on the wheel, and now the research is that you can be a certain length off the wheel and get that sort of still be in the shelter of the rider in front of you.
And you can see in the team sprint on the track, rider one, and then the second rider really can lay off, and of course that is good because then they accelerate into that when they begin their turn on the second lap. The third rider can sit a bit closer, but here's the same. You just lay off a little bit, rush the gap. Yeah, it's when you get into all the technical aspect of it and all the science, it is really a rabbit hole.
Oh, you could go if you're a bit of a tech weenie like I'm such a aero geek, and a time trial. Growing up, I used to spend just hours, and when I was young, being a junior, like my sort of first years of racing was sort of 86 through 89, where Greg LeMond was my hero. So tri-bars and when they all first started to come out, they were like super wide, the ones you buy, and I was like the king of the hacksaw. So I just used to just cut stuff up and bond stuff together. A really good friend of mine is Rob Hales, who was he's the ultimate king of that sort. He was always making stuff for himself and repairing stuff after he'd been doing starts, dragging a tractor tire down the street and all that kind of thing. But yeah, I absolutely have always loved like everything aero, and spent hours track bike, pursuit bike, time trial bike, just trying to refine your position as much as possible. And the amount of research that's developed from the track, now we look around and the aero skin suit is now a standard piece of kit on the road as well, isn't it?
Yeah, everyone seems now in a race suit. Not many shorts and jerseys about. But yeah, Rob Hales, we're watching him when I was younger, when he was on national road race title way back in 2008, I think it was. I remember watching that when I was a junior.
And he would have won it with a seated sprint as well.
Yeah, I think it was up top of a climb, and then he won. I remember him with his bars. He was the one that had a little bit of an adaptation on it to hold them more aerodynamic. Now he's actually carried on with that career, hasn't he? Now he's repairing bikes, carbon frames, making some good jewellery as well.
Yeah, Rob Hales' jewellery is amazing. And Rob's jewellery that he produces. If you're a cyclist and you want something very special, he makes a lot of wedding rings and all that kind of stuff. And he's done it. He got given bits of Manchester track when they were resurfacing Manchester track, so he'll put wood into metal and carbon. He's made some amazing like carbon fibre wedding rings and stuff for people. He's such a craftsman. Give him a follow on social media. So Rob Hales. And if you want something really, really special, and I remember being with him, and he had got sent. It was the Red Bull, I think it was the Red Bull Formula 1 team, and they sent him a load of like superconductors and metals and stuff like that. He was so excited. Check it out. It's amazing. And yes, he does repair like frames and stuff. He's done a couple of mine, my cross bikes and stuff over the years that I've managed to, drop myself when I've run out of talent and cracked or broken a cross frame. He's fixed them for me, so it's amazing. And what he's doing, and if you check out, there's a really good film as well on GCN that he did with John Cannings, and John went and visited him and talks about it and what he's doing and what all the there are carbon fiber repairers around the world now as well. But what people like Rob are doing is, before, if you cracked your carbon frame, that was it. It was gone. You couldn't really do anything with it. But now the carbon repairers and what they're doing is prolonging the life bikes and frames, and and that's what we've got to do as an industry and as a sport. When you hear now that there's the equipment manufacturers are struggling to have, to find the raw material to make group sets and sprockets and chains and all this kind of thing, and surely as an industry we could take all of the sprockets and cassettes and chains and bits and pieces that we have, melt them down and 3D print new ones. That's the way the technology is, and I think as an industry, as a bike industry, we have to become a lot more sustainable and a lot, and that's what people like Rob are doing in repairing carbon frames. They just give that frame another lease of life, because most of the time his repairs are stronger than the frame itself when it was was first built.
And it's only a little crack really in the grand scheme of the whole frame. The rest of the frame is absolutely fine. Could be something on the top tube that you don't want to ride, but that only is a really small weak point. You repair that and the rest of the bike can last for another 5-6 years.
Yeah, probably even more.
Even more.
I wrapped one of mine around a tree. It was the tree one.
Yeah.
And
I
it was me against the tree. I went one side, the bike went the other. Kind of managed to wrap itself around the tree, but it is good. Yeah, just get out there and big up to all the carbon fibre repairers and the local bike shops and everything out there that are keeping everybody going. We're 106 kilometres from the end of today's stage. We're heading towards our first. We have a little milestone here when we're on air all day. Is our 100 kilometre to go point. There's your breakaway. Kobo Canyon, Ipakonfirma Masoto, Pareja, Park, Othman, Deng, Yatan, and Yawarat is the makeup of our breakaway group. We are heading towards our first intermediate sprint of the day at Bagan Sarai. And it is that man there in the light blue, dark blue colours with the yellow back on his shorts who is the virtual leader on the road, and he needs to try and take these bonus seconds if he can. If he takes the 3 seconds on this one, even if he gets the finish and everyone finishes together, he would put himself into the white jersey as the best Asian rider, and that is a really prestigious classification to win here in the Tour de Langkawi. Green Project Bardiani are working on the front. You wouldn't really expect anything else from them, being an Italian team and the tradition and the honour of having the leader's jersey, and even if it's one rider like they're doing here, of knowing that they want to be the team, they know that they should defend and control on the front for Zanocello, because if Zanocello wins the stage or finishes in top 3, he then goes into Genting tomorrow in that leader's jersey.
Yeah, and of course he's been so consistent, not out of the top 5 yet on a stage. So again, another chance for another stage victory. And if they get that lead out completely right, they did a really good job yesterday. They've been close. So they're honouring the jersey, respecting it. In doing so, also giving themselves a big chance of trying to take another victory.
There's Arvid Klein, first and second in this race so far. The man in the orange jersey, who has one of the coolest custom BMC bikes out there in the peloton. His bike is really beautiful. Being an artist, I love a really graphic bike, and the team at BMC done a great job in creating that one. Just shaking out the legs, Arvid Klein. Is that the danger as well when you can get wet and then it dries out? It takes a little while. It can sometimes get to the legs a little bit.
A little bit, but I think it's more you're just riding at a steady pace, really, a controlled steady pace. They're still riding quite hard, but yeah, you just have to keep them awake. You have to be ready to sprint at the end of the race. And also, when you're not really doing anything, your mind isn't as active as it is when you're trying to follow moves. Yeah, you've got more time to think about how you feel. And then, of course, then you have to start shaking the legs and trying to put some life into them so you feel good.
Our breakaway group are not far away from our intermediate sprints. Expect Raciano Yarawat to want to go for the bonus seconds. Little gap left, which we kind of feel like he's laying off here. He's just coming into the picture now.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely sitting on the back.
Yeah, the team,
waiting.
The team have gave him the order, didn't they? We saw them come up to make sure that he goes for these seconds. You just see him meerkatting over the top.
He's gone early. He's trying to. It's 500 meters to go.
Just manage this one, so just clip onto the back of the two riders that have gone long here. Deng's gone long, and he's doing the right thing. He's just got onto the back of those two riders. They've gone super early. The bike just struggling here a little bit to keep up. We'll see if we switch to our front camera position. Leaving it late is Yarawat. And he wants these 3 bonus seconds. So the man from the Thailand Continental team, job done on the first sprint of the day. That gives him 3 seconds. So nice mindful riding there by the man from the Thailand Continental team. So the 24-year-old man from Thailand takes 3 seconds. Nice work. He's been listening to us.
Yep.
Or they're listening. Maybe they're listening to us in the team car as well. Right, two more like that. We need for him. Just time for a drink. He's had a busy season as well. He's had a really the Thailand Continental team do have a good program. So he started off at home, which is always good. Back in January, February times, had some good podiums. Raced the Tour of Taiwan, Tour of Thailand, did the Sea Games, the Asian Road Race. Went to Qinghai Lake. Unfortunately, didn't finish in Qinghai Lake. Tour of Huangshan, Tour of Iran, Tour of Tai Hao Lake, before coming here to Tour de Langkawi. So it has been it's been a busy old season for him, but getting himself into the breakaway today. The accumulative benefit of racing that sort of program, it's you can see by the end of the season that when you've been racing since January, as Yarawat has, you either get to this point of the season super tired, or you start to feel that sort of benefit perhaps of a really decent race program.
Yeah, it's he's getting closer and closer to the end of the season, but consistent actually. It was a busy season, but he's obviously trained well in between all those races because he's still in good shape. Yesterday was in that selection. Only 56 riders left in that front group at the end, and a really tough start to the day. So, good. He's then found himself in a break. He potentially could be on the podium collecting a leader's jersey. And the way he was climbing yesterday, you never know, could be a good shout for that classification overall by the time we get to Genting Highlands. All tell tomorrow. Because of that though, he needs to be careful today. There's a big day tomorrow. So if he can just use and ride together as a group of 8, Mazzotto, they're calling the riders through. He's really the spokesperson and the leader of this break of 8.
So Yarawat takes it from Park and Deng. Those are the first 3 across the line. He needs to surf this breakaway kind of today, isn't it? It's almost like, try and ride through without using too much energy. You've got to be kind of really sensible in a way.
Yeah, he has to keep remembering there is a big day to come tomorrow. He's put himself in a really good place. That's what he needed to be. And he's picking up the seconds, and that was his main aim of today. Keep ticking off those objectives as you go through. But of course, look at this peloton. It's all in one line. Basso and Terozzi of Green Project Bardiani, they're not allowing this group any leeway. They're not letting it go, not even to 2 minutes. Biggest advantage we've seen is 1 minute 40.
And this, as we've been talking about physiology and sports science and stuff today, and the pace that we're riding at now is something else that team's research. There was you were talking about the sports scientists of the British cycling team when you were there that went away and researched what they were doing. What a little sandwich, little jam sandwich. Seeing what the riders have got for lunch. It's not that we're totally food obsessed here in the commentary box, but we're always really interested to see what the riders have got. And a little jam sandwich, that'd be quite welcome at this point of the day, I think. And that shows you the sort of more natural, real food that riders will have. And as we say, there is that trend towards more and more sort of gel-based products, but it is good for your stomach across an 8-day stage race to have some normal food that you have. But yeah, the speed of that peloton behind, that's another thing that a lot of the big World Tour teams and federations did a lot of research on in terms of the sort of the power output that it takes for someone like Basso and Tarozzi here to sit at and keep this breakaway like this, compared to just kicking back, chilling out like we used to have in cycling. The breaks would get 10 minutes and then they would have to absolutely smash it in the last sort of 100k, 80k to bring a break back, and it would just be that sort of accumulative fatigue over the days for the riders like Basso that have to do this job.
Yeah, it'd be such a huge effort to then close it down. So actually it's better to hold that gap and gives yourself more of a chance of bringing that break back. Of course, we have a shorter day today, so 140k. That changes the race in the previous stages have been in and around 180 kilometers. So an extra 40k on top of today's stage. When it's a shorter stage, obviously that gives more chance for the breakaway to stay away. They won't be as fatigued in that final hour. So it's key to get a hold of it. We've had some fast racing this week, all around 4 hours 15, 4 hours 20 for each stage. We've always found a nice way to actually just look towards the time of the stage. See the average speed there, 45 kilometers an hour. Moving through the stage at a rapid pace. But when you look at time, you go out for a 4-hour training ride, that would be something standard. You won't be doing 180k because you won't be able to hold that average speed, but you could do a 4-hour training ride pretty easy. That's not it really is a standard time, so it's the same as today. You're looking at 3.5 hours, maybe even 3:40 at the most. So for a lot of these riders, especially some of the riders, they've come from the Vuelta a España, no issue at all. 3 hours 40, almost a little rest day.
We're through 100 kilometers to go. We are 98 kilometers from the end of today's stage 4 of Le Tour de Langkawi. 140.2 kilometers today. If you're just joining our coverage, welcome aboard. From Bukit Mertajam to Meru Raya. And your breakaway group is made up of Nicole Pareja from 7-Eleven, Giulio Massotto from the Cortex Sella Italia team, Choi Dong-yok of KSPO, Afik Othman from the Nusantara team, Ivan Kobo from Equipa Confirma, Tanata Yatan from the Rujai Online Insurance team, Dempeng Gai from Giant, and Rachano Yaurawat from the Thailand Continental team, who is our virtual leader on the road, having started the day 10 seconds down in the general classification. If you haven't been with us over the course of the first couple of days, it is Enrico Zanoncello of the Green Project Bardiani CSF Faizan who leads this race overall in the general classification after 12 hours 55 minutes and 5 seconds of racing. George Jackson of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team is second, level on time with the Italian, was yesterday's stage winner. Simon Carr of EF Education Easy Post sits third overall at 4 seconds. He will have his eyes on tomorrow's stage. Carlos Canal Blanco is at 6 seconds. And then we've got John Bow company in 6 seconds at 5. In 5th overall, John Aguirre is 7 seconds in 6th. Tom Scully 7th at 7 seconds. Then you've got Logan Curry, Pablo Castrillo in 8th, Logan Curry 9th, Joachim Mürgilde is in 10th. And it was that man there who won the opening stage. Arvid Decline took the opening stage ahead of Sasha Vimas and Gleb Sarista. I'll give you your top 10 on that day, because the sprinter stages, that one in particular, and stage 2, will give you an idea of who you're watching out for come the finish. So that was your podium. Decline, Vimas and Saritsa. Izzat Halil for the Malaysian national team 4th. Enrico Zanancello 5th, who is now our race leader, just ahead of Lorenzo Conforti. Carlos Canal Blanco 7th. Thomas Barter was 8th. Harris Saleh of Terengganu Polygon 9th, and Amriel Matsuki, his teammate, in 10th. On to stage 2, and it was Astana's Gleb Sarisa who took his second career Langkawi stage win ahead of Arvid Decline, with Enrico Zanoncello making the podium. On stage 2, Daniel Babor, Davide Gaburo, Lorenzo Conforti, Raymond Crida, Rico Anaki, Michael Zian and Alessandro Iaki, your top 10. So those are some sprinters names for you to conjure with come the finish. Yesterday's stage, reduced group sprint, the likes of Arvid Decline were in the gruppetto yesterday, coming in just over 30 minutes down on our leading group. But it was Bolton Equities Black Spoke rider George Jackson who took the stage ahead of Enrico Zanoncello. Carlos Canal Blanco making the podium in 3rd. Gijs van Hoeken of Human Powered Health was 4th. Jeroen Myers was 5th. Ayman Rossley of the Malaysian national team was 6th. Jeroen Myers from Terengganu Polygon. Yambalat Sambayer of Terengganu Polygon was 7th. One of the riders of the day yesterday, Yambalat Sambayer, did a great ride, did the Mongolian national champion. Lorenzo Conforti was 8th. Alexander Konishev of Corotec Sella Italia was 9th, and Gorka Sararen from Kakharau was 10th. In terms of your other standings going into today, Arvid Decline leading in the point standings, level on points with Zanoncello. Gleb Sarita is 3rd with 24 points. So it is all to play for at the moment. Simon Pello in the King of the Mountains with 20 points in that. He is leading. Ayman Rossley in the Asian Riders classification. And it's Green Project Bardiani who are leading the team standings ahead of Euskatel, Euskadi and Kakharurau. If you're tuning in for the first time today, you can see it's a little bit wet. It's 25 to 28 degrees Celsius, 74 to 82 Fahrenheit, cloudy, sunny, chance of rain, which has come to fruition, and 6 to 7 km/h southerly winds that the riders have today. And this is today's 4th stage ahead of our mountaintop finish tomorrow. The last time that we finished here in Meru Raya, it was Jakob Mereshko last year that took the stage ahead of Rudiger Selig, Edward Grosjean in 3rd, Juan Sebastian Milano was 4th, Erlen Bickler 5th, Max Canter was 6th, Leonard Tamano 7th, Gustav Basson 8th, Martijn Vandenberg was 9th, Manuel Penalver 10th, and then we had Reinhard Jansi van Rensburg, and the young Astana rider Gleb Sarisa was in 12th place. So that's where we were. It was 137 kilometers last year was the stage, and we've had one sprint behind us with 102.5 kilometers to go at Bagan Sarai. Our next objective is, it's quite a while before we get to that point, but 57.6 kilometers to go at Kuala Kangsar will be our only King of the Mountains point today. And then we have 2 more intermediate sprints, one with 45.9 to go at Talang and one with 22.2 to go at Sungai Siput. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through this year's edition of the Tour de Langkawi. Your breakaway have 93 kilometers to go. Their gap is sitting at 1 minute and 38 seconds, and it is still Ratchano Yarawat of the Thailand Continental Team who is our virtual leader on the road. He started the day 10 seconds down on Enrico Zanoncello, but it is going to be a tough ask for the riders to stay away to the finish today. That's where we are in proceedings. Minute 45, holding that one. And you just see, just having a little word, Giulio Massotto of Selitalia Corotec. So good to see them getting up there, getting into the breakaway today. And you can see the riders, the rain, just clipping the glasses up onto your helmet. There is always that thing, that point, isn't there, where you feel that you need your glasses because you're getting all the spray from the rest of the breakaway in your eyes. But then you get to a point where you just can't see.
No. Yeah, all the raindrops all get together and you can't. Similar to the camera lens, you just can't. It's that you can just about see what's going on, but you're a little bit reduced eyesight. You keep swapping it over or try and bang them off your lenses. The worst thing you can do is try and rub them. Sometimes it just spreads the water everywhere. You really can't see anything.
We've never really mastered that technology, have we? I mean, there must be someone clever out somewhere that's...
Yeah, there's a bit you can rub. So motorbike riders always have like fairy liquid, and if you put fairy liquid across the visor of the lens, that makes the water run off quite quick. There's spray to try and do it, but obviously with the lenses, they're very close to your face on your glasses, and actually you sweat onto them. It's a hard one to try and do, really, but normally brand new glasses, somehow they seem better. Water runs off quicker, but really it's not too bad of a problem to have. Best idea is just a little cotton cap underneath. You can't go wrong with that. Little peak, keep the spray out of your face.
A little cap. We see the teams. We go down through the ones. It's quite interesting seeing how everyone is just bunched together. The teams, you know, and I suppose it helps you get to this point in the day that it's kind of lunchtime as well, and you can sort of share out what the Swannies pass up. If someone gets a musette or goes back for a musette, you can share out the goodies and make sure everyone gets some good stuff.
Yeah, and if you've got any friends at any other teams, do a little trade. Have something different.
Is there a lot of trade that goes on up and down the peloton?
Not too much, but every once in a while, if you have a really good mate in a different team, try and change something up, just because, especially in the longer stage races, when you're having the same thing or similar every day.
Have there been some legendary Swannies though that everyone talks about? The deliciousness of their rice cakes or their snacks that they provide.
Yeah, there has been some good ones, and you always remember the good ones. Normally for the food and the little treats they get you. It's always good to have something different most of the time. That is actually the best. Bit of change.
I suppose you get to a race and you'd be like, oh yes, we've got that Swanee.
Yeah.
You know, have you brought the good snacks with you? You know, just double check, make sure that they know that they're a legend as well.
Yeah.
You always have to let them know. Yeah. Hardest working members of staff in the pro peloton are the mechanics and the Swannies. First up in the morning, last to bed. Generally, they do an amazing job, especially when they're out on the Asia Tour like this. If you haven't been with us so far in the race, the logistics that it takes to get these teams to this part of the world, bikes, the food, and then how the Soigneurs manage to find a supermarket, go off and make sure that the riders have the food. Because ultimately, if you change too much, that can affect the riders' stomachs as well. You can't just go and have, you know, stuff that's completely different, can you?
No, you try and keep it as close or as similar as possible. But plain food really is the best. Plain rice and everything else that goes with it. Keeping it simple. No, if you want to keep it away from the sauces, anything like that could upset the stomach. And then of course the Soigneurs normally can, in this part of the world, easily buy a rice cooker instead of flying over with it. Or if they bring their own, they can do their own extra food, extra rice that they need.
And I suppose sometimes in that situation, because when you come to Asia and if you're especially if you're a European team or an international team, that you'll sometimes pick up and make connections with local staff. So those sort of things. If anyone listening, the waste. Are you going to take a rice cooker back with you? But you'll sometimes in that situation pass on things like that to local members of staff that might have worked with the team.
Yeah, exactly. We were the same with Trinity Racing. We came over for a tour of Taiwan. We had a mechanic, Ray, who came and worked for us. He worked for the team the year before. It's good for us having a bit of local help, local knowledge as well. So of course, he ends up with plenty of little extras to take home with him. And of course, hopefully then you're back there the next year and say, Ray, have you still got that rice cooker we left with you?
Still got that coffee machine that we
got
bought.
that coffee machine. yeah, of course.
Into the team car of the Malaysian national team. So they've had a great race so far. Their DS is Yusuf Nasir and Ahmad Ikram Zakaria. So big up to the Malaysian national team car. And you can see this the makeup. You've got the cool bag at the back. You got your cool box with the green lid there as well. The mechanic is a multi-functioning member of the team, aren't they? The mechanic.
Yeah, they've got a lot to do in the back.
They can't just have a snooze and get out and change a wheel later on.
No. They try their hardest, mind. Their mechanics have got a brilliant skill of being able to sleep. Just doze off. Normally at the right key point of the day, but hats off to him. When there is something to do, they soon wake up and get out of the car as fast as possible. But yeah, they're in the normally cool boxes in the boot. They climb over, get the bottles out that they need, food, wheels alongside them, any spares that they could change. And then obviously the other key point is there, listen to radio tour. If they only have 2 people in the car, the driver, sports director, and then the mechanic's job then, take all the numbers down of who's in the breakaway, update and follow the race through radio tour. And that kind of keeps the sports director up to date, and then he can pass on that information to the riders through the race radio between the teams. It's always you have some fun with the mechanics. Obviously you're there all day. You get to know each other over a 5-hour stage, because some days there's not much going on in the convoy, so you can play some. It's always nice if you can get the mechanic climbing over into the boot to get the bottles out, and then suddenly you have to brake really hard or avoid something. Bottles going everywhere, and you keep yourself entertained anyway.
Yeah.
And the experienced mechanics know what you're doing, so they don't do it. They don't fall for it anymore.
It's that's a first day at work. That one, isn't it? When you send the trainee plumber for the bubble for the spirit level and for the tartan paint. That's
yeah, it is.
But they do a great job. Breakaway group working well together. Minute 45 is the gap with 85 kilometers to go. Nicole Parilla of 7-Eleven from the Philippines was the rider that kicked things off. 7-Eleven Click Air 21 by Road Bike Philippines is the full name of the team. He kicked things off with Julia Masoto of Corotec Selatalia, Choi Dong-yuk, Afik Othman, Ivan Kobo, Tanashek Yatan, Den Penkai and Rachano Yarawat getting themselves up to the breakaway group. Yarawat, our highest placed rider in the general classification at 10 seconds on general classification. He's already chipped away 3 seconds, has the man from the Thailand Continental team. So he, we feel, has got designs on that white jersey as the best Asian rider. It is currently on the shoulders of the teammate of Shaiful Shukri here, and the Malaysian national team. It is Ayman Rosli that has got the best Asian riders jersey. So we'll see what they can do come the end of this one. If Yarawak manages to take more seconds at the next intermediate sprint, that will come in about just under 40 kilometers time until our next intermediate sprint. We're roughly just inside 30k from our only King of the Mountains point today, which is a category 3. It's at Kuala Kangsar. It's 1.8 kilometers and it's 5.4%. Great to see the kids out along the side. Good break from Double Maths this morning to come out and watch the bike race come past. Hopefully it will inspire some youngsters to get on their bikes and get out, maybe become a bike rider. Maybe see them here in Tour de Langkawi in years to come. And you can see with the number of riders from the Asia Tour, and we've watched the influence of Tour de Langkawi over the years, along with races like Tour of Chiang Lake, Tour of Philippines, Tour of Korea, Tour of Taiwan, which are really great stage races. And the Asia Tour has some great races and growing riders and teams, and a lot of the European teams spend a big part of their season out in Asia. Bardiani, the Green Project Bardiani team are always out on the Asia Tour races.
Yeah, almost a constant part of every Asia Tour race, which is good. It brings the racing up, of course, but it gives an opportunity for some other riders who might not be getting that much racing. They head over to Asia, opportunities to show what they can do. Yeah, but a constant part, pretty much every race on the Asia Tour.
It's drying out now for the breakaway. Minute and 50 is the time gap. That'll be a little welcome bit of respite from the rain. Got a gap around now, sort of edging out to that 2-minute mark. It'll just go up and back. And this is, as you always say, John, it's about measuring it, just seeing, okay, can I back off a little bit perhaps and see see what kind of level they're riding at.
Yeah, you just want to try and save energy. That final hour is where they really need to push on now. They're going to hold you at a gap like they are. You just need to then play the game as well in the breakaway. Try and measure your effort, save that last big effort for the final hour of racing, and then you could potentially put the peloton into difficulty of catching you. If you waste all your energy now, at the moment only 2 riders are controlling this group of 8. There's plenty of more riders to come to the front if they need to when we get closer to the end. So the breakaway need to remember that and almost just get ready for that big battle to come. Slowly creeping out now at 1 minute 50. 82 kilometers to go though.
Torazzi on the front here for the Green Project Bardiani CSF, and then you have the Euskadi jerseys all lined out behind them. Carlos Canal Blanco has been sprinting well so far this week. He's had a good career in mountain bike as Carlos Canal Blanco for the Euskaltel team. And we'll see. Will they give him putting a bit of help behind him today, potentially? That's going to be interesting. He's only 22 years old, is Carlos Canal. So just growing in confidence a little bit over the first days of this race, getting on the podiums in his career as well. He's had a couple of goes at La Vuelta. Fairly busy season for him, not as busy as in previous years. So will Euskadi get up there and have a go with their sprinter today? Back to our breakaway. If you went with us earlier on, as you said, it's good to see Deng Pengai in this breakaway group. 81 kilometers to go. Our next objective will be our King of the Mountains with 57.6 kilometers to go. 2 more intermediate sprints to come in this stage 4 today. Our breakaway well established. It should be a day for a bunch sprint with our mountaintop finish to come tomorrow. Breakaway driving on. You are off for a short commercial break. Make sure you come back soon. We'll see you in a little while.
What's up everybody, welcome back to my channel. This is Aki. Today we are in Perak, the second largest state in West Malaysia. Perak means silver in the Malay language, and it used to have one of the biggest tin productions in the world. Many Chinese immigrants came to the capital city Ipoh to work in the tin mining industry from the 18th to 19th century, so 70% of the population is Chinese Malaysian. It's the city that tin built. First I'll show you around the city of Ipoh. Concubine Lane is one of the main attractions in the city. It's a short walking street filled with merchants and cafes on both sides. The streets are beautifully adorned with colorful murals and Chinese lanterns. A little walk from Concubine Lane will take you to Birch Memorial Clock Tower. The clock tower was constructed to commemorate the first British resident in Perak. There are so many wall paintings all over the city. You could easily spend a whole day hunting for unique and interesting murals. Kelly's Castle was built by a Scottish man named William Kelly Smith. It was meant to be a gift for his wife but never completed as he died of pneumonia in the middle of construction. Some people say William's spirit is still roaming inside the mansion. Even if so, the building is beautifully designed and stands there as one of the most popular attractions in Ipoh. Located in Gopen, about 24 kilometers south from the city of Ipoh, Tempurung Cave is one of the longest caves in West Malaysia. It is more than 4 kilometers long and said to have existed for as long as 10,000 years. The cave is made of 5 giant domes and rich in limestone, tin, marble, and other minerals. There is a little stream flowing underneath the cave. The water is crystal clear and the sound of stream echoes throughout the cave. After trekking a long way in the cave, it's time for some relaxation. This is the Banjaran Hot Springs Retreat, one of the most popular hot spring spots in the entire Malaysia. Surrounded by the limestone cliffs and pristine nature, this place offers a calm and peaceful retreat like no other. If there is only one thing you cannot miss in Ipoh, that would be food. This is Ipoh's most popular fruit, pomelo. These farms are surrounded by the limestone hills that are rich in minerals, such as calcium for the trees to grow. Pomelo originates from the same citrus family as grapefruit, but it is bigger than grapefruit and tastes sweeter and less bitter. The local Malaysian cuisine in Ipoh is absolutely amazing. There are plenty of choices available in the city center, such as chicken rice, dim sum, and the famous bean sprout. The chicken here is so tender that it instantly melts in the mouth. This delicious Malaysian cuisine will definitely make your visit to Ipoh unforgettable and bring you back here soon. Finally, we're moving on to Kuala Kangsar, the loyal town of Perak. It is located at the downstream of Kangsar River where it flows into Perak River. The Widya Mosque is said to be one of the most beautiful mosques in Malaysia. Red Italian marble and the exquisite Persian carpet accentuate the beauty of the mosque. Kuala Kangsar is famous for its traditional art crafts. This is KZ Craft Center. Lapsayan is a traditional Malay pottery made of clay. It is named after its place of origin, Siam, because of its porous nature to reduce the temperature of liquid that it contains. Lapsayan is typically used to store water, either in the kitchen or for daily use. This is one of the few places that still use the traditional handcrafting method to produce lapsayan. Kris is a traditional Malay dagger that is used as a ceremonial accessory and a symbol of status. He is Abdul Mazin, the third generation kris maker. He started his kris making at the age of 10. He has crafted kris for a member of the royal family for a long time. Now his son is taking over the skills to keep the local tradition alive. This is our final destination, Labu Kubong Homestay. Here you can be part of the villagers and enjoy their local activities surrounded by the pristine nature. After the welcome drink and performance, we moved around the village in a cart. Each homestay family has their own specialty, such as fresh banana chips, kui, the traditional Malay sweet, and stingless bee farm. You can taste different types of honey that are fresh from the bee nest. This is certainly one of the most interactive tours you can find in Kuala Kangsar. Sadly, our trip ends here, but it was full of fun and unique experience. I cannot wait to come back to Perak and further explore this place in the near future. Perak, until next time.
One of the most successful riders in Tour de Langkawi history is Andrea Guardini. It was the race for Guardini that he really made a name for himself. He is the record-breaking stage winner here in the race. Racing, of course, over the years for CSF and Astana, among other teams. 24 stage winners in his career in the Tour de Langkawi, and there is his successor, Gleb Sirista. And as we said when he won his stage, just has something about something of Marcel Kittel about him. Does Gleb? He's there wearing number 14. So does he have another stage win in his legs today? He definitely learnt from stage 1 when he went too early at the finish, but made no mistake yesterday, did Sirista. If you're just joining us for the first time today, welcome aboard. Stage 4 of Le Tour de Langkawi. We have 75 of the 140.2 kilometers to go. We had an 8.2 kilometer neutral section heading out of Bukit Mertajam, and we finish in Meru Raya today. And your overall leader is Enrico Zanoncello of the Green Project Bardiani. He is level on time with George Jackson of the Bolton Equities Blackspoke team. Simon Carr of EF Education Easy Post is third at 4 seconds. Carlos Canal Blanco is fourth at 6 seconds with John Bow Company. Jon Aguirre in 6th at 7 seconds with Tom Scully. Pablo Castria, Logan Curry and Joachim Mirgilde round out your top 10. there's your breakaway. And they going clear early on in the day. Unlike other days, the breakaway was established fairly early in today's stage. It was Nico Pareja for the 7-11 Click Air 21 by Road Bike Philippines team that started things off with Giulia Mazzotto of Corotec Celda Italia, joined by Choi Dong-yok of KSBO, Afik Othman of the Nusantara team, Ivan Kobo Iban Kobo from the Equipo Confirma, Tanathek Yatan of the Rejai Online Insurance team, Deng Penghai of Giant, and Ratchano Yarawat of the Thailand Continental team. And he took the first intermediate sprint of the day to give himself 3 bonus seconds, and taking that ahead of Chok and Deng Penghai taking 3rd in that intermediate sprint. So 2 more intermediates to come. The Rejai Online Insurance team in the white and blue there with the orange helmets. Been impressive so far in this race. A real kaleidoscope of nations within that team in this year's race, and they've been on the attack every day with different riders.
Yeah, great to see. Really representing all their sponsors, getting stuck in. Always a good thing with it. Different teams, different objectives, of course. You wouldn't see some teams have turned up looking for general classification results. Others are all about gaining that experience, getting into breakaways. We're getting a good look at Deng from Giant Cycling Team, sole representative from that team, and he's made his way into that breakaway. 25-year-old, part of that team since 2017, so a long time within that setup. Pretty much from when he turned senior, he left the junior ranks, he's joined Giant Cycling Team. That is our other man, Kobo Keon from Kern Farmer, just going past you. He's our next highest person on general classification. He's at 2 minutes 52 down on Zanoncello's lead. So the only rider is Yaro Warat from Thailand Continental. He's now at 7 seconds down on general classification. For a good day now. Rain seems to have stopped. Road soon dry up. There's nothing left on the road. You can see how the warm temperatures, how quickly the road and the riders will dry. Still, the experienced Basso, Leonardo Basso from Astana, he drives the peloton.
Half a decline there in that orange jersey, and then you've got your white jersey of the best Asian rider in the race. He's got a fast finish on him as well. If he knows that he needs to make up some seconds, I think that we might see a battle come the finish for those seconds. But if Ratchano Yarawat manages to sweep up more bonus seconds, and here he is, just pedaling through.
Key points for Yarawat: 45.9k to go is the next intermediate sprint, and then the final one comes with 22 kilometers to go. So he needs to try and hold on all the way to then. Could really move himself up in the general classification. When you look through the sprinters who were there, they lost over 30 minutes in that gruppetto yesterday. He had a tough day. So at the moment he has already moved himself up to 7th 6th place on general classification provisionally. Go even higher, move himself up to 3rd.
He's 24 years old, is Ratchanan Yarawat. This is, he's kind of at 24, the sort of age, sort of maybe the sort of upper end of the age that you work with at Trinity Racing. But what sort of advice would you be giving him in this situation, given that he's got some big objectives that he could sweep up today?
There's some big objectives, obviously, with those time bonuses. You want to try and score some seconds. That is a key point. He could put himself in a good place on general classification. He has to keep remembering about tomorrow. It's great that you're in this breakaway. You need to keep fueling, you need to keep eating, you need to keep drinking, ready for tomorrow. It's a big day to come. The general classification battle is tomorrow. He's putting himself in a place where he gives himself a good chance of moving up on the general classification and setting himself up for a very good result come tomorrow and come when we finish all the way down in Kuala Lumpur on Saturday.
And tomorrow's stage to the Genting Island. It's one of those days, isn't it? For someone like Yarawat that's going up against the likes of Simon Carr or Paul Double or the other climbers in this race. It's kind of unknown territory sometimes. So he's got absolutely nothing to lose.
No, nothing to lose, and that's exactly what he needs to be thinking of. Go into it in a positive mindset. Could then get a really good result, and of course then in the overall almost just pick off those seconds where you can. He rode that first sprint perfectly, followed, and then went at the right time. See, 500 meters to go, the sprint opened up, but that was a long way out.
Dong-hyuk Choi from South Korea in that breakaway as well, in that white and black jersey. 28-year-old rider from South Korea. Doesn't race a lot out of his home country. National road champs. A lot of his results have come domestically, but good to see him up there in this breakaway. He's had the Asian Games in his career, Tour of Korea, and getting out Tour of Langkawi, Tour of Sri Lanka that he's also ridden in his career. Great shot of the peloton going through. 68 kilometers to go. 1 minute and 46 seconds is the time gap from our breakaway group. It's sort of staring down each other at the moment between the breakaway and the peloton. It would be a tall order for the breakaway to stay away and prevent the bunch sprint that we are expecting at the end of today's stage. But you just never know. The stranger things have happened, but to hold this 1 minute and 40-second gap all the way to the finish is almost impossible, but they could do it. You never know. We're off for a short break. Make sure you come back soon.
What's up everybody, welcome back to my channel, this is Aki. Today we are in Perak, the second largest state in West Malaysia. Perak means silver in the Malay language, and it used to have one of the biggest tin productions in the world. Many Chinese immigrants came to the capital city Ipoh to work in the tin mining industry from 18th to 19th century, so 70% of the population is Chinese Malaysian. It's the city that tin built. First I'll show you around the city of Ipoh. Concubine Lane is one of the main attractions in the city. It's a short walking street filled with merchants and cafes on both sides. The streets are beautifully adorned with colorful murals and Chinese lanterns. A little walk from Concubine Lane will take you to Birch Memorial Clock Tower. The clock tower was constructed to commemorate the first British resident in Perak. There are so many wall paintings all over the city. You could easily spend a whole day hunting for unique and interesting murals. Kelly's castle was built by a Scottish man named William Kelly Smith. It was meant to be a gift for his wife but never completed as he died of pneumonia in the middle of construction. Some people say William's spirit is still roaming inside the mansion. Even if so, the building is beautifully designed and stands there as one of the most popular attractions in Ipoh. Located in Gopan, about 24 kilometers south from the city of Ipoh, Tempurung Cave is one of the longest caves in West Malaysia. It is more than 4 kilometers long and said to have existed for as long as 10,000 years. The cave is made of 5 giant domes and rich in limestone, tin, marble, and other minerals. There is a little stream flowing underneath the cave. The water is crystal clear and the sound of stream echoes throughout the cave. After trekking a long way in the cave, it's time for some relaxation. This is the Banjaran Hot Springs Retreat, one of the most popular hot spring spots in the entire Malaysia. Surrounded by the limestone cliffs and pristine nature, this place offers a calm and peaceful retreat like no other. If there is only one thing you cannot miss in Ipoh, that would be food. This is Ipoh's most popular fruit, pomelo. These farms are surrounded by the limestone hills that are rich in minerals, such as calcium for the trees to grow. Pomelo originates from the same citrus family as grapefruit, but it is bigger than grapefruit and tastes sweeter and less bitter. The local Malaysian cuisine in Ipoh is absolutely amazing. There are plenty of choices available in the city center, such as chicken rice, dim sum, and the famous bean sprout. The chicken here is so tender that it instantly melts in the mouth. This delicious Malaysian cuisine will definitely make your visit to Ipoh unforgettable and bring you back here soon. Finally, we're moving on to Kuala Kangsar, the loyal town of Perak. It is located at the downstream of Kangsar River where it flows into Perak River. The Widya Mosque is said to be one of the most beautiful mosques in Malaysia. Red Italian marble and the exquisite Persian carpet accentuate the beauty of the mosque. Kuala Kangsar is famous for its traditional art crafts. This is
.64 kilometres to go here on stage 4 of the Tour de LANGKAWI. And a minute and 40 is the gap from our breakaway group to the peloton. And it is that man there from the 7-Eleven Click Air 21 Road Bike Philippines team that kicked everything off today. He was the rider that took the breakaway clear with Giulio Masotto of the Corotec Selle Italia team. Toy Jong Yok there from KSPO going through your picture. This is Ivan Kobo of Equipo Con Pharma. And this is Tanathat Yatan from the Rujai Online Insurance team. There's your Italian rider Giulio Masotto of the Corotec team in that burgundy jersey with the blue shorts. Wearing number 195, Afik Othman, in the black and gold, which we're loving. We're loving the style of the black and gold here of the Nusantara team. He's wearing 195. And then in the blue and white, with the white, blue and orange helmet just in this picture, they're wearing 201, is Deng Peng Hai of the Giant Cycling team. The highest placed rider on your GC is Ratchano Yarawat at 10 seconds for the Thailand Continental team. Our next objective along the route will be our intermediate sprint with 45.9 kilometers to go at Talang, 3, 2 and 1 seconds on the intermediate sprint. And that man there has taken 3 seconds already at the first one. We'll expect him to go for the second one. So you just go past another one of our group school kids along the side. It's great to see them all out. It's good to see wherever you go in the world that they bring the kids out to the bike race to cheer it past.
Yeah, they do. It's always a good day out as well. Break a bit of the day up. Quite interesting sometimes for the kids. They can do a whole day about the race coming through. A bit of a project. And then they finally build up and see Tour de Langkawi and so many different nationalities race past in front of their school. It's something they'll all remember, I'm sure. Mainly for having a bit of time off and seeing something different, but actually hopefully being inspired and being shown what amazing sport you can do.
Yeah, and I suppose it's not just, you know, when kids, as you said, we all been involved in both been involved in bike races around the world for a long time, and I suppose if you take, it is interesting to take all the different nations that we've got here in this race and break it down for all the youngsters and yeah, say, right, okay, your group's project today is Italy, yours Great Britain, and just, I suppose, find out about the countries of each rider that's racing.
Yeah, exactly. It's so it is interesting. You can do some good, well, really good, interesting projects. Just looking at it now, there's actually 33 different countries represented in the race. 15 riders from Spain, 13 from Italy. And then the next highest is Malaysia with 10 riders in the race. So a real big mix of riders from all around the world. And then you try and take in staff that came with that as well, within each team. It's quite amazing, really. All travelled over to Malaysia to race their bikes around.
I think what's interesting when you look at those numbers, though, as well, as you look at the number of riders from Malaysia, so domestically, and that is got to be the legacy of a race, is that ultimately, if you can have and we've seen it in different parts of the world, that you've got a bike race going on, but if you're not producing riders from that country and you're not inspiring youngsters to get on their bike or people to get active, get on their bikes, because cycling is, as a sport, has such positive, this has such positive effects, whether that's physical health, mental health. It helps countries. Look at, if your country is healthier and fitter, there, that helps with, longevity of life and quality of life. And then if you can get active travel, if that's another area that you can inspire people to get on their bikes and start to use their bikes as a form of transport, because it's the greenest form of travel, getting on the bike. And I think what's happened, and over the last 100 years, maybe, since the bike was invented, the bike was the form of transport, and then it kind of fell away as the choice of transport, as people feel that it's more prestigious to own a car and get around by car. But, if you can promote active travel as part of a bike race coming through, that's got to be a good thing as well.
Yeah, and also it's just really good fun, just going out and riding your bike. There's no other way to put it. Mountain bike, road bikes, and then I always loved racing to go with that as well.
But it is, you know, even if, no matter what age you are, and I said that to a friend the other day. She was like, "What are you up to?" I was like, "I'm going out and play on my bike." You know, I'm 51. You know, and it's like I'm very, very lucky where I live. I live on the South Downs. I live down by the coast in East Sussex, and I can roll up on the South Downs Way, which is some of the best off-road bike riding you could have. I mean, I'm completely spoiled. I just put my head unit on map, follow the bridle paths, and I can ride for hours and hours and hours off-road, talk to the cows, talk to the sheep. And it is, you're just out playing on your bike, and it, as I say, it has such a positive effect on you, sort of physically and mentally. And even there, I always just pause on the top of the downs as you know you can do here. It's breathtakingly beautiful, and just taking the scenery.
Yeah, and wheelie past the walkers. You know, look cool when you go past them.
Always popping a wheelie.
Popping a wheelie, yeah.
Yeah. Few little bunny up the logs.
A bunny hop the log, yeah. Little step. Yeah, little bunny hop there, yeah. And then you just look back, have a little glance back, and yeah, I look cool. I look cool.
Then you pop a wheelie and go off the back.
Yeah,
you look like a right nut, dude. So. 58k to go, minute 35 in. We are heading up towards our King of the Mountains points. So you can see everyone just looking around at each other. We want some points. Points mean prizes at the top, and it looks like Pareja here from 7-Eleven is winding it up. You can see him just trying to get on top of that gear on the climb. And the sprint starts, and you can see it is Tanatha Yatan for Rujai that is going. Choi Dong Yok from KSPO kicks on. The rest of the riders in the break. Othman looks like he knows that he doesn't want to. You don't want to interrupt the fluidity and the flow of this breakaway too much if you can help it. Choi Dong Yok, no threat to Simon Pello's King of the Mountains jersey, but it's always good to take some points. So he goes over the top first, and we'll bring you up to speed with it was Nicole Pareja that took second, and Tanatha Yatan takes third. On the descent, the breakaway just get themselves back together. Drone here following the peloton. Astana and Green Project Bardiani CSF have been the teams doing the work on the front. Plenty of sprinters looking for a stage win today. Both of those teams, and with the Green Project Bardiani having the leader's jersey on the shoulders of Enrico Zanoncello. They are the team that are helping in defend and control the breakaway group. Your man on the back here in the light blue, dark blue colours with the yellow back on his shorts is still our virtual leader on the road. He started the day at 10 seconds. He's taken 3 back, so he's at 7 seconds. So still holding that virtual lead by minute 19. It'd be a tall order to go all the way to the line, but he will do his best, and he will also look to take another 3 seconds at Tu Lang if he can, with 45.9 kilometers to go. It's been a really measured ride from the man from Thailand so far in this one. He's impressed me with just how cool, how calm that he is within this group. 24 years old now. He said he's had a busy season as Yarawat. And the point will come in about 15, 16 kilometers now, where there's confirmation of our sprint. So 181 Koyong Park ahead of Nicol Pereja and Tanapat Yatan. 3-2 and 1 points. They'll get the point here with about 40k to go, where we have that acceleration we expect from the breakaway group, because you're not out here all day to get caught. You're out here all day to go all the way to the finish.
Yeah, you've made that effort to get there, which they have done. And they have been riding within themselves. Maybe they just try and hold off, and then in that final 30k, if you could start really moving the pace on, working together, keeping that group of 8. It's a good number, 8 riders. Really good number to keep it rolling through.
The gap down to 114. So they've also got to be careful of that peloton behind, is bringing this back too close too quickly, and all of a sudden that motivates everyone else behind to start jumping around and feel that they can get into the breakaway. I suppose there's that danger when you're even at just over a minute, because you can start on the long straight roads that we have here. You can see the break.
Yeah, and you can see them up in front of you. It's a hard one. It's still quite a big gap, minute 14. But if the breakaway get together, they get through this intermediate sprint with 45.9 kilometers to go. And I think after that point, that is when they really should get together and try and put this peloton under difficulty. But, you know, Astana, Kazakhstan and Green Project Bardiani have been able to control today with a bit of ease, actually. Only 2 riders worked on the front for most of today. They didn't let that peloton, after a big gap to chase, held them in control. So you have to say it's looking good for the sprinters.
Hello, welcome along. Thanks for joining us. Stage 4 of the 27th edition of La Tour de Langkawi. Today, let's have a look back to yesterday's stage, and what a day it was. First intermediate sprint of the day. Agire, Mergude and Yatan clear, but it was a day for the general classification. And the man that we have seen on the front of the bunch, Simon Pello, taking the first King of the Mountains at Jelly. He was building an advantage in that King of the Mountains classification and doing a fabulous job. On to the second climb, Pello taking maximum points at Bunkrak Chichiwansa. Then on to our intermediate sprint, John Bao taking that ahead of Simon Carr and Luca Kovili. The break was being held at 55 seconds as they headed towards the next climb of the day at Sri Banding. Pello taking 5 points there. We had Jamalat Sambaye across the gap, and it looked like the breakaway could go all the way to the finish, but Bolton Equities Black Spoke kept it under control all day. As they came into the finish, it was the Green Project Bardiani that tried to launch Enrico Zanoncello, but it was Jackson of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team that came through, and George Jackson taking a fabulous victory ahead of Enrico Zanoncello, Carlos Canal Blanco in third spot. Zanoncello took over in the leader's jersey.
David, when you look at the profile, no hill today, not like yesterday. It's short. Is it like a perfect stage for a sprinter of your type?
Well, I also like to have a little bit more hilly sometimes when I'm good, but this is fine. I think it's going to be a sprint, so every sprint is good for me. So.
Day after the win, What's the feeling? What's the predominant feeling?
Yeah, we're still really stoked, really chuffed to get a win, and yeah, we'll go again. Still 5 more stages to get another stage.
This is an opportunity today. Probably a bunch sprint. How is your team organized? Because you have been a good sprinter yourself. There's Arif. How does it work?
For our team, he do all his best to protect him until the last 200 meter or to the last corner actually, because he will be aggressive final. So we try to keep him until the last corner and he do the rest.
Stage 4, 140.2 kilometers today from Bukit Mertajam to Meru Raya. And in terms of the stage today, it should be one for the sprinters. Just one Cat 3 climb along the route at Kuala Kangsar. That comes from 57.6 to go. 3 intermediate sprints along the route. Taking over in that leader's jersey, Enrico Zanoncello on the rollout this morning. Leading, he's level on time with George Jackson, yesterday's stage winner. Simon Carr of EF Easy Post is in 3rd. Arvid Decline is in the orange points jersey. Simon Pello taking over in the red and white polka dot jersey as King of the Mountains. 20 points in that classification. Ayman Rosli of the Malaysian national team now in the white jersey. And Green Project Bardiani, CSF leading. Euskatel, Euskadi and Kakarural in the team standings. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through today's race action. Unlike previous days, it was one of the first breakaways of the day that really stuck. Nicole Pareja of 711 Click Air 21 by Road Bike Philippines. He started things off and he was joined by Julia Masoto, Choi Dong-yok, Afik Othman, Ivan Kobo, Yanfat Yatan, Dempeng Hai and Ratchano Yarawat. And Ratchano Yarawat of the Thailand's continental team is the highest placed rider in the general classification, just 10 seconds down on GC. The gap really has never gone out more than 1 minute and 40 seconds. The peloton being controlled by Astana and Green Project Bardiani. Quite a bit of rain for the riders to deal with. The intermediate sprint point, which came with 102.5 kilometers to go. And it was the Thailand Continental Team rider Ratchano Yarawat that took 3 points and with it 3 bonus seconds. He started the day level on time in the Asian Riders classification, so that will help move him up in that classification come the finish. He does have more opportunities to try and take more time should this breakaway manage to stay away to the next intermediate sprint, which is looking nicely. 50 kilometers to go, 1 minute and 2 seconds is the gap from our breakaway group. Still containing Nicole Pareja, the 711 rider that started things off, Giulio Masoto of Corotec Sella Italia, Choi Dong-yok of KSBO, Afik Othman of the Nusantara team, Ivan Kobo of Equipo Kern Pharma, Tanathat Yatan of Rujai Online Insurance, Dengpeng Hai, the only giant cycling team rider left in the race. He got himself into the breakaway, and the other rider is the man there in the light blue, dark blue colours with the yellow back on his shorts. He is our virtual leader on the road, Ratchano Yarawat of the Thailand Continental Team. He's closed the gap in the GC. He'll be looking for that intermediate sprint to come in about 4 kilometers time. It comes with 45.9 kilometers to go. So he'll now, John, will be lining up thinking. He's got to start thinking about positioning within this line for this next intermediate sprint.
He did it really well in that first intermediate sprint of the day. Marker comes with 500 meters to go. He moved up to about 3rd wheel, launched a sprint probably with about 150 meters to go, timed it to perfection, took those bonus 3 seconds and moved himself up to only 7 seconds down on the leader Zanoncello. So maybe can bring that down again to 4 seconds.
And the intermediates and the King of the Mountains, we do see riders quite often go really early in those intermediate sprints. We've been talking like 500 meters to go. Sometimes you'll see someone take off, because it's not something you would do at the finish. Because at the finish, isn't it, you're always trying to judge, okay, how late can I leave this? You know, even 300 meters to go is a long way at the finish.
It is. And you haven't got as many markers, those intermediate sprints. Normally 500 meter marker, then 100 meter marker. Sometimes the gap is foreshortened, you think it is a lot closer than it actually is. So when you can see that intermediate sprint coming, it's a common mistake.
Because 500 meters is a long way.
Really long way. At the start of the time, it's way too far to sprint. Gap now 102. It's actually the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team now have moved their way to the front. Confidence in their sprinter George Jackson. He did say in those interviews yesterday he's not a top class sprinter, is like a big bunch sprinter, but the way he sprinted yesterday, he should be confident in himself. If they can deliver him with a bit more of a lead out, maybe Matthew Bostock used into that key final left-hand corner with 400 meters to go, he could be fighting another victory. And there you go, Yarovat following the wheel again, number 134, trying to sit back as we get close to 500 meters to go.
We're going to line up for the intermediate sprints, and he's got a watch taking the flyer down the outside. They're going long as they get the jump. It is the Rujai rider Yatanathat Yatan that's gone. That's such a shame for him that he's gone early in here, and you can see Deng getting up there. Tanathat Yatan is a fellow countryman from the Thailand's the Rujai online insurance team, and here he comes hunting down. He wants another couple of bonus seconds if he can. But Yatan takes it, and Yarawat, unfortunately, getting the 1.
Yeah, and it was on a lunge actually. He might not have actually even got the 1 second, so we need to wait for confirmation of that.
And for other riders that are way far down in the GC, they're kind of sprinting for little prizes here, aren't they?
Yeah, there is a prize money bonus for every intermediate sprint, so there is a bit of something to sprint for. But obviously the seconds gained isn't going to affect their general classification at all.
And if you're having a word with Yatan, his fellow countryman, it's sort of in that situation. It's like, you know, when it's someone from your own country and you've got a lot to gain from something, you'd kind of have a cheeky word, wouldn't you? As you come past.
And Yatan now has decided to carry on pushing on the pedals. Choi from South Korea, KSBO professional cycling team, he follows them, but this is where now the danger really comes. It makes it easier for the peloton. Those 8 in the lead really need to start working together now, trying to put this peloton under some difficulty.
500 ringgit is the prize for each sprint.
And did they only score
300 for second and 150 for third?
He made one. He picked up 1 second.
There you have it. So Tanathat Yatan takes it from Afik Othman, and Ratyanan Yarawat takes the third. So 1 second. So he's gained 4 seconds today. Hopefully that will help him come the finish to take over in that white jersey as the best Asian rider. But no gifts in cycling, is there? No freebies in bike racing.
No freebies at all. So it looks like we have 7 riders in that lead group. On our last shot, I don't know whether we've lost one rider. They've come back and sat up and gone back to the peloton, or one rider has decided to have a go on their own in front of that leading 7 now. When we get another shot, we can try and confirm which rider has gone missing.
EF up here. That's interesting.
Yeah,
Tom Scully, maybe they might have a work for today.
Maybe they
Or
were
Michael
there.
Valgren.
Valgren did a fantastic lead out yesterday. He was in the right position. Scully seemed to have got a bit boxed and wasn't there when he needed to be. So maybe they are backing him.
Is that again for someone like Tom Scully, because he could potentially win a bunch sprint in this sort of field, but it's that change. Is it sometimes changing that mindset again? And when you haven't been that protected sprinter and had to sharpen your elbows for a while, that you've got to remind yourself what you're doing.
Yeah, that might be it. You have to take these opportunities. Sometimes when you haven't sprinted for a long time, you haven't been in that bunch sprint. It's easier in a way when you're riding for someone else. But when you have to do it for yourself, you have to hold position and save energy and be able to then sprint at the end. So we're just checking on that group of 7. It is actually Yarawat who is no longer with this group. Maybe he's decided that they will be caught before 22 kilometers to go. So he needs to save his energy. Again, general classification day is likely to be tomorrow. So unless he's had a problem, he might have just decided to get back into this peloton, recover as much as he can and be good to go tomorrow.
And that's an interesting tactic, isn't it? To think, okay, right, we know it's going to be a bunch sprint. Do I want to stay out in the breakaway working through and off for another 20k, or do I just want to? Because he can just a minute it takes a while to cross, even when you just sort of knock the speed off and drop back.
Yeah, maybe that was his tactic, save some energy. But also, if the brake stays away until doesn't get caught until 10 kilometers to go, you could potentially lose the opportunity at least to gain another 3 seconds.
Yeah, we'll see where he's. We'll see if we can get an idea where he is. Just shaking the legs out, just trying to wake yourself up sometimes as well. Choi Jong Yok from KSPO. I'm just having a little surf around, having a little look around, because I'm really interested in the bike of Nico Pareja from the 711 team, because I've never seen an Elves brand of bike before. Being a massive Lord of the Rings fan, I've been a total geek like that. Do you know what? I have to check that out. And it's a Malaysian bike brand called Elves. Might have to get myself one of them. Really cool. my.elvesbike.com. Check them out. They're really nice. Got some lovely bikes. Here is Ratchano Yarawat, who's decided to gamble that this breakaway will be back before our final intermediate sprint of the day with 22.2 kilometers to go, and dropping back in. And he has the build of a climber about him as well. And so if he does have designs on a high place in GC, this is a sensible move.
It is a sensible move. In a way, if you really wanted to be brave, you could just then sit on that breakaway, save your energy there, not contribute in any way. But he's decided to go back to the peloton. Needs his teammates, his teammates ready to get up to him and look after him. Maybe they can head back to the car, get some bottles for him. It's a brave decision if it goes right, and it's the right one if it works out. But actually, you could have just sat on in the breakaway, annoy your breakaway companions, yes, but you're riding for point for the overall, the general classification. Sit on, try and steal some seconds, and then get caught by the peloton.
I mean, he's the highest placed rider on GC. Ivan Kobo is the next highest placed rider at 2 minutes and 52 seconds. So will this break be brought back before our final intermediate sprint of the day? The first few days, looking at the makeup of the front of the peloton, suggests that if you look at the GC and you look at where we are today, Simon Carr is 4th at 4 seconds. So EF potentially could be coming to the front because they want that final intermediate to maybe give Simon Carr a few more seconds.
Yeah, possibly. I would say the two riders in front of Simon Carr, that is George Jackson and Enrico Zanoncello, are not going to be competing with Carr tomorrow on Genting Highlands. So in a way, Carr already at the advantage, at the head, leading in the general classification battle. But another 3 seconds wouldn't do any harm if this breakaway comes back and they can get and steal a couple more seconds. Still a group of 7, and it's still 18 kilometers until that final third intermediate sprint. Likely the 7 could hold on with a gap of 1 minute 23.
Graham Jones, race director in the car, keeping everything going, keeping everything nice and tight. He's a very, very experienced race director, is Graham Jones, former pro rider. Rode the Tour de France and the Giro in his career. Rode for teams like Peugeot. Back in the day when the milk race was like, there was the famous Tour of Britain. Back in the 1980s, was a pro, raced for ANC Halfords and Eveready and System U as well. Did Graham Jones. Our breakaway working nicely together, but it's 58 seconds now is the time gap from our break to that peloton behind. If you are just joining us today, welcome along. It's stage 4 of Le Tour de Langkawi here in Malaysia. It is the 27th edition of Asia's premier stage race, and stage 4 is a 140.2 kilometer stage today from Bukit Mertajam to Meru, Raya. The only previous finish that I can find here was last year when Jakob Mareshko took the stage ahead of Rudiger Selig and Edward Grosjean. That was the order, the podium last year. One more intermediate sprint to come at 22.2 kilometers to go at Sungai Siput. We also have bonus seconds on the line, and they may prove interesting today, may prove important. Enrico Zanoncello and George Jackson, first and second on GC, but level on time. 8 seconds separating those top 10 overall. Our breakaway group, they know that it's going to be a tall order to stay away to the finish. If you are joining in for the first time this week, Arvid de Klein took stage 1 ahead of Sasha Vimas and Gleb Syriza in a bunch sprint. It was advantage Gleb Syriza from Astana on stage 2, Arvid de Klein of Tudor Pro Cycling second, Enrico Zanoncello taking third on that occasion, and Zanoncello finishing second to George Jackson yesterday, just ahead of Carlos Canal Blanco. But that by virtue of those consistent finishes meant that Enrico Zanoncello, being level on time with George Jackson, went into the leader's jersey. It's Bolton Equities Black Spoke in those sort of purpley blue jerseys with the fluorescent yellow. Did a phenomenal job yesterday to deliver their man George Jackson to the finish. Does he have the power to match the likes of Arvid de Klein and Gleb Sarisa and Sasha Vimas in an out-and-out, pound-for-pound, power-for-power sprint today? Yesterday would have given him a lot of confidence, and I suppose as a young rider and an emerging rider, he's got to have a go. You know, sometimes you can say, oh, you know, I'm not a big bunch sprinter, I win from a small group, but he's quick, and he looked quick yesterday. So sometimes you've got to give yourself you've got to back yourself, haven't you?
Yeah, you have to, and believe in yourself, back yourself. Of course, you never know what can happen. You get a good lead out, you launch first, you go ahead, you pick up a stage win. Also, you have to remember 4 days in now, the legs of the sprinters are getting a bit more fatigued. They had a really tough day yesterday on the climbs, so that might give you even more of a chance. But why not? Even if you end up in the top 3, there is a chance of a leader's jersey. You may get beaten by the big fast men. We've seen Sarita and Decline winning the first 2 stages. But if Jackson pull off 3rd place, that's an extra 4 seconds, and that's a general classification jersey.
And even for anyone that's new to cycling, or anyone that's just tuning in and watching and thinking, well, if you're not going to have the leader's jersey at the end, does it really matter if you wear it within a race? But there's so much prestige around wearing a leader's jersey, and so much that it does for the sponsors, doesn't it? Even if you get to wear it for one day.
Yeah, you get to, well, you still get to keep it. You can just put it on your wall. Never scoff at wearing or leading a general classification, especially sprinters. Don't get that much opportunity. And after a good ride yesterday, only a group of 56 in that leading group, so you can climb well, Jackson. And again, if you start picking off these time bonuses, 10 seconds at the finish every day, then those intermediate sprints, you never know what can happen tomorrow at Genting Highlands. Could be a massive block headwind, and that slows the climbers down. And if he can suffer his way up the climb, only lose a small amount, let's say even 30 seconds, still 3 stages to go, you win all those stages, and then you'll lead in the general classification. So never know what can happen.
Yeah, and make sure you tune in tomorrow for Genting Highlands. It's a different climb. It's not an alpine climb. That's the difference, and that's the beauty of coming to different parts of the world and seeing different roads and different mountains. And you know, not every mountain's the same. Mountains of France and Italy and Spain are all different as the way they've constructed the roads to get themselves up the mountain. And the Genting Highlands is the same. It's really wide as well, and it gets the final 4 kilometers. It gets very, very steep through the final 40 kilometers up to Genting, and it is an absolute monster of a climb, and even just to climb it. But out of all the climbs, I mean, I don't know about you, but I love to climb, and I've got a bucket list of climbs that I always wanted to tick off to go and ride. I'm sure I'm not the only cyclist who has that, but Genting Highlands was always one of those climbs that I wanted to do from watching this race. There was always a highlights program when I was, when it first started as well, and watching the likes of Jose Serpa, coming up the Genting Highlands. It had that sort of, iconicness about it, and it is one of sort of the Asia Tour's sort of prestige mountain stages. So it is going to be interesting. It's got some really steep ramps in it. It is a very tough climb tomorrow, and it always gives us really, really interesting racing. And that is the thing about the Asia Tour. You go to Taiwan. I mean, Taiwan's got some absolute incredible climbs. I mean, you've got the Taiwan King of the Mountains race. You've got climbs of over 100 kilometers in Taiwan. It's absolutely bonkers, and that's what tomorrow. That'll be that's the key tomorrow's stage, and it kind of to win a stage on Genting Highlands as well. There's a lot of prestige around that tomorrow.
Yeah, it is a really big day. I think that's why we saw the breakaway, the fight for the breakaway, not as keen or as going on for as long as it usually does today. Only had 8 riders in that, all settling, ready for tomorrow's big battle. But before that, before the climbers get their chance to really test their legs, it's looking like today it's going to be another sprinter battle. 3 different winners over 3 different stages. We're going to get a 4th different winner.
It goes like that here though, because some years, and you'll come here, and when Andrea Guardini was racing, the 24 stage wins he won, and he would just win 4 stages. But sometimes you'll come here and you get a different sprinter every day that manages to take a victory. So, but it is a finish that it is a sort of finish that would suit both Arvid Decline and Gleb Zarista today, and perhaps Sasha Vimas if he can get himself into position.
Yeah, Vimas was in the right place on stage 1. Unfortunately, didn't finish it off on stage 2. But quite a simple run in today. A little bit twisty but wide road, 3 lanes wide the whole way. We have a right hand turn with 8.5 kilometers to go. That is into a slight headwind then, between 3 and 5 kilometers an hour. And it follows that same road all the way until a left hand turn with 400 meters to go. And the key point is to be into position for that 400 meters. The key point is being in the right position. You need at least 1 lead out rider in front of you. If you're 2nd, 3rd or even 4th wheel round that corner, that is the best place to be. And that breakaway now off on the attack, and that is Mazzotto of Corotec.
This is where we are. We're heading towards our next intermediate sprint of the day at Sungai Siput. You can see just at the bottom of the picture, that's where what we've covered so far. It's an interesting graphic, this one. So we've gone through Kangsar, heading up towards Sungai Siput, and the man that kicked things off really, Giulio Mazzotto, it was him and Nico Pareja that went clear early on in the day, clearly deciding that he wants to try and stay away for as long as possible. And Tanathat Yatan and Deng Peng Hai fighting to try and get back on here. Mazzotto looks back over the shoulder, and this will help the peloton behind in terms of the catch.
Yeah, that was one big acceleration, but now then it sits up. No consistent speed. And behind that we have 2 chasers. They're trying to bridge across.
So we've got Valentin Midi and Polychronos Solzakis. And this is what we said was the danger. As soon as it gets under a minute and you can start to see it, then it starts to motivate riders behind to feel that they can jump the gap.
And they're trying to make a move across. Bravery for these 2 attacking. All it is doing actually is helping the peloton bring back the breakaway, because it's another carrot in front to chase. And while the breakaway up front disintegrates, the peloton just has more riders to pick off. And when we have race radios, it's even easier for them to keep track of how many riders are up the road. This is where the director sportifs come in. They need to follow radio tour, need to understand who is up the road, and of course then let the peloton know when everyone's been caught and the group is all back together.
Mazzotto managing to get clear on his own now. He's trying again. You'll be able to just see the peloton in the background, in the distance. So the Selle Italia, the Corotec Selle Italia rider is clear, but it is Pareja of 7-11 that's bringing things back here. Just getting waved around. There's a little bit of road furniture down the centre. So you see here where the Masotto goes again. Everyone just half the group decide to go across to the same side as the Italian. He's going the shortest route around this big sweeping right-hander. Back to Zorzakis. And Midi. Frenchman and a Greek on the Rujai Online Insurance team. Zorzakis has been... He's been very active this week, hasn't he, Polykronos Zorzakis? There's not really been a day where he hasn't been on the attack.
No, he's been there or thereabouts pretty much every day. Saving it till late though. He's not going the early breakaways. He seems to be going late on, and he's made another move there. Of course, now we look back towards our breakaway. That is Choi, KSPO and Othman. These two now capped their breakaway companions. Remember, only 8 kilometers to go until our final intermediate sprint of the day. Some brave moves. You can see behind no one is working. These two have opened up a big enough gap. They just need to keep working together. Our chasers nearly in sight now. You can just see just a little bit further up the road the remainder of the breakaway. Again, Rojai Online Insurance team taking on the race, working in pairs.
It's an interesting move though from the two Rojai riders to go clear here. It's but they've had many Ks in the lead. For Tudor Pro Cycling, we see them down the back in the black jerseys with the orange jersey of Arva Decline. For them today, they've not had to control anything today. The first days we saw it was them doing the work.
Yeah, they've sat back, done the right thing. Midday of Rojai Online Insurance, he is only at 10 seconds on general classification. Is that a move? Is that an attack to try and prop himself up, gain some seconds? If they get across this breakaway, then could take the extra 3 seconds if he wins the intermediate sprint. That comes with 22k to go. But that breakaway has split up into bits, so it's going to be a big effort to close everyone down.
And it's down to our two that kick things off. Nicole Pereja from the Philippines, from the 711 Click Air 21 Road Bike Philippines team, and Giulio Masotto of the Team Coritex Sella Italia. And they have been joined. We're now down to 4 at the front. Afik Othman in the black and gold of Nusantara. And also Choi Dong-yok from KSPO. We are down to 4. 40 seconds is the gap, with 29 kilometers of the stage remaining. 22.2 kilometers to go at Sungai Siput is the next intermediate sprint along the route. Masotto's not done yet. He'll want to try and get clear of this group if he can. He looks the freshest out of that group to me.
And he is there, just sat on now. He's not contributing. Expect a late attack from Masotto. Interestingly here, Yatan, he now has Mide on his wheel. Greek man has done his job. He's delivered Mide to that chasing breakaway. So now it's all up to Yatan to try and tow Mide across to the leading group of 4. Maybe Midday can score some points in that final intermediate sprint, but he only has 6k to get there now. Not long.
No. And maybe Rujai are going to try and launch something here to try and keep away. Interesting tactics, but they're trying to get, we think, the feel we're at 10 seconds down on GC for Valentin Midday, the Frenchman, on the Rujai Online Insurance team. He's trying to move himself up on the general classification with the Genting Highlands stage to come tomorrow. 33 years old from France. Our leading group. Maybe he's been given the nod, Masoto, that they're trying to come across, and they want to take a prize if they can. He'll look back and see them behind. He's really driving each time he goes through to the front. You can see just how much he's gassing this one. And as you said yesterday, he's, you know, it's hurting the other brake, the members of the brake potentially.
Yeah, there's a lot of tired legs there in that breakaway. I think Mazzotto is the most comfortable. So of course he then ends up pushing on, trying to keep this breakaway away. He is hurting the legs of his breakaway companions, but he has to do it. He wants to stay away for that intermediate sprint. And the chasing pair from Rujai Insurance, only 18 seconds down now. Getting closer and closer to that final intermediate sprint as we just go through 25 kilometers to go.
So that sprint, 22.2k to go. So they've got some work to do to try and get across on this climb. Valentin Midday, he's got his teammate with him. How much help have they managed to give him? Polychronis Orzakis launched him across the gap from the peloton, and he can see that group just ahead of him.
He's still not there yet, and it's going to be a gigantic effort to make there. You get there, then you have to sprint and gain the 3 seconds.
And this is a huge effort if they don't.
Yeah, and if he doesn't get there, what actually was that effort for? If he does get there and he wins the intermediate sprint, then yeah, hats off, brilliant. Gain yourself 3 seconds, move yourself up on general classification. But to be honest, it's a big effort for little reward in the end. You're only gaining 3 seconds at the maximum. And tomorrow, there's a big day ahead of you.
There is that risk versus reward scenario common in sport, you know, isn't it?
Well, you have to be willing to risk it to win. So he's making the right decision in that way. Not just sitting back. Control what you can control. Taking the race on. But these 4 are committed to trying to stay away at least until that intermediate sprint. And in a way, if these riders, they're all 30 minutes down, but they have teammates on the same time as Midday, so of course they will want to take the sprint, take the point, take the seconds that Midday is after to help their teammates who are also in the battle for general classification.
Driving on, Choi Dong-hyuk. Where is Midday? Can he get himself on before the intermediate sprint? Dong-hyuk swings off, looks at Masoto. He's just going to up the pressure now on the front for Corratec Selle Italia. The Selle Italia rider has been the strongest rider out of this group, visibly, for quite a while. And do you think that now that we look at this for Ratchano Yarawat, that was the right decision to drop back to the peloton?
Yeah, in a way, I think he's taken 4 seconds. Would have been a big effort for him to follow all these moves. He is really thinking about general classification over the next few days. He's also taken provisionally that Asian rider classification lead at the end of the day. And look at the effort Midday has had to make. He still hasn't made contact with the leading 4. And all that effort, he's not going to score anything in this sprint.
No. So it's the KSBO man that goes through and takes that. Mide doesn't get on. So Choi Dong-yok takes the sprint there. We'll see what Mide decides to do now. Does it look like Othman? We'll get confirmation, but it looked like Othman from Parisia. Yeah, big risk for no reward there at all for the Frenchman.
Yeah, huge effort. And you saw the way Mide went across the sprint line. He stopped pedaling. That was his aim, to make it across and try and take maximum points. He didn't manage to do that. So you do have to wonder how much is that taken out of him. Will that have a knock-on effect in the days to come?
And also he's used up a couple of his teammates there as well, because they made a huge effort to help him try and get on there.
Yeah, they tried.
That battler's taken the gap out to 1 minute and 30 seconds with 22 kilometers to go. After that intermediate sprint, we expect now that concerted chase from the peloton behind. All the crowds are out here in Sungai Siput for the Tour de Langkawi coming through. If you're just getting on board today, welcome. We're heading towards the final stages of today's stage 4. 140.2 kilometers today from Bukit Mertajam to Meru Raya. The peloton rolling through the sprint at Sungai Siput. That is our final prize of the day. Previously, we had Yatam taking the sprint at Talang ahead of Othman and Yarawat. Dong-yok taking the King of the Mountains points at the top of Kuala Kangsar. And Yarawat taking the first sprint of the day to take those 3 seconds. Initially, it was Parisia and Masota going clear. They were joined by Dong-yok, Othman, Kobo, Yatam, Penghai and Yarawat. And now down to 4 riders at the head of the raid. Afik Othman here for the Nusantara team. And you've got Parisia from 7-Eleven. Giulio Masotto in the burgundy and blue from Team Cortex Cell Italia, and then in the white and black colours from KSPO is Dong-yok, Choi Dong-yok. There's confirmation. It's Park, Othman and Parisia who are our first 4 riders across the line. 3 2-on-1 points, 3 2-on-1 bonus seconds. And for Mide, the Frenchman, he decided not to try and get on to the breakaway. It looks like he's just pulled the ripcord and gone back to the bunch.
Yeah. Off like a rocket, and then he's pulled the parachute, and will be making his way back. And being caught by that peloton. Big effort. These 4 working well together now. Gap's gone out to a 1 minute 30 with all that excitement as well. So have actually extended their lead down to 47 seconds before that.
But the commitment is visibly different now. This is if anyone's been with us for, for the whole of today, this is the point where you do gas it, and you can see that the posture and the way these guys are riding is different.
Yeah, they're all in it now, in it together. So you even sat on the wheels, you're in the drops, you're ready to go. It's always good for the motivation. You get under 20k to go. This is race on now. Break off the points. K's tick down faster. This is a look at Mide, Frenchman. Tried to make the move, tried to gain some bonus seconds, but to no prevail.
No, it was a bold strategy. It didn't pay off for him today. They tried, nonetheless. 12 seconds and 1:30. He's just dropping back to the peloton. So at this point in the stage, a minute and 30. Minute 30 with 19k to go is a good gap. This is a this is standoff territory. This is potentially going to 5k to go, these guys.
Yeah, they're going really well. Mazzotto has led this breakaway perfectly. He was the one making sure everyone was rolling through, keeping everyone calm in those early stages. And this is exactly what he wanted. He wanted to then be able to then push on with a good group as they get closer to the finish. If they're able to ride controlled, and the peloton then think the breakaway a weak setup because they're riding quite steady, they think, oh, we've got them under control throughout, and the breakaway played that little bit of a game with them. They've got good legs, they're stronger than they thought, and the peloton kind of underestimates them in a way, and then they can really open up the tank in the final 20 kilometers, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. 4 out of the 8 that we had originally, but these 4 now on a mission to try and steal victory from the sprinters. And soon more teams are going to have to reach the front of the peloton. Seen for a long time has been Green Project Bardiani, and with some help from Astana, then Bolton Equities Black Spoke moved up to the front. But soon Tudor Pro Cycling may have to join in. They need to bring this break back as well to give a chance for decline.
They do indeed. 18k to go, and Giulio Mazzotto is driving this one, the 24-year-old Italian. Can he try and keep this group clear? When him and the man on the back in the red went clear, he wasn't initially sure about the makeup of the breakaway group. He certainly is now. He's fully committed to this one. Here's the Italian rider. Quite a few wins in his career in Italian Cup races. Very highly fought after Italian Cup races. They're always super tough, are the races that make up that domestic calendar in Italy, especially if you manage to win them as a pro. He was successful as a junior as well, successful and consistent, which is the sort of ability that catches the eye of a team like Corratexello Italia. 24 years old now, is just really building that career as a pro. He had 3 wins last in 2021. Had some wins in Switzerland last year. And then in terms of Team Corratec this season, consistent, but nothing to really shout about so far this year for Mazzotto. And that sometimes you look at that and you don't know what circumstance or team orders or things that he's had to kind of work within this year. Bolton Equities Black Spoke on the front. Would you go with Jackson today, or would you give someone else a run out like Matt Bostock today? Do you think Bostock's got the power in a sprint like this?
He has, but with the work he did yesterday, and of course then Jackson is equal on time for general classification, you'd have to back Jackson. There's no way that you'd go for anyone else. He's got the opportunity to take a leader's jersey, and he's got the confidence from having a great result. So,
and for that team as well, to put him into the leader's jersey going into Genting would be really prestigious.
It would. It really would. 15 kilometers to go. The gap's still 1:35.
And you can hear Mazzotto shouting within that. You need it in this situation. These riders here, he's only 24, Mazzotto, but you need a breakaway sergeant major, don't you? Barking orders at everybody to get everyone working and efficiently.
And it was a more like, don't look round. You don't need to turn around and look back. Come on, let's just get through.
Because every time you look back, you lose time.
Exactly. Finish your job on the front, do your turn, and look back when you're on the wheel if you really need to look back. Actually, no need to ever turn round. Doesn't matter if you can see the peloton coming. That's why we see Tudor Pro Cycling now towards the front, and a gap on our time check now, 2 minutes 15. Those four have really put the hammer down. It's great to see.
And on a flat stage, 15 kilometers to go, 2 minutes and 15 seconds if that gap is right. This is what we talk about. We're standing in the street in the best Western movies, staring at each other, daring each other to draw first, and the breakaway hit the gas, and it's been that man there in the burgundy jersey of Corratec Sella Italia that has been roaring on his breakaway companions to try and take this clear. If that gap is right, it is the whiteboard now, 2 minutes 15. This is a possible that this, on a flat stage that was earmarked for the sprinters, Tudor Pro Cycling were just chilling all back of the bus, leaving everyone else to do the work. And now with inside that final 20k to go, oh, legs have gone for Choi Dong-yok. He's done everything that he can in this one. That would have been why he was looking around as well. He could feel that the legs were starting to go. That's a shame losing one rider out of there, but if he hasn't got the riding in the legs, it's now up to 3.
Mazzotto, the strongest in this group. He just needs to keep those two with him for a little bit longer. If you can hold them there until around 6 kilometers to go, and then when he knows he can really distance them, then he might be able to hold on for victory. But he looks the strongest out of this group. Just needs to ride smart. I know it's so tempting if he went now and tried to open up a gap, and he's then on his own. It's a long way on your own. But he just needs to keep the speed up. It's exactly what he's doing. Brilliant to see.
He's just launching that overspeed, you could call it, just launching around the outside and just trying to keep that pace as high as possible.
We talked about looking after your breakaway companions in the early stages, and that's exactly what he's done. But now there's no time for friends. We need to just go. You want to try and hold on for victory. Your legs are hurting, everything's screaming at you, but you have a chance of winning a stage of Tour de Langkawi. Get everything out. And you try and look up the road. You can only just about see the following cars for the breakaway. Are we on for a shock surprise? Whew. It's always great when it comes good at the end of a race like this.
Yeah, this is what we want. This is what we love. A day when a breakaway goes clear. Fortune favours the brave, and can they manage to hold this one all the way to the finish? On the back in that black jersey, Afiq Othman from Malaysia, 27 years old is Afiq Othman, and he's in some good company. He's had some medals in the Malaysian National Road Race Championships. Also rides the track, does Afiq Othman. For Mazzotto, it would be a first big pro win for Julian Mazzotto of that Corratec Sella Italia team, and they did a huge amount of work yesterday as Choi Dong-yok there of KSPO is caught by a charging peloton, and the gap, you can see it's dropped there to 45 seconds. So the assistance of the Tudor Pro Cycling team has taken that gap down very quickly. That's a lot of time to take back that quickly if that whiteboard was right.
That is the danger. Where riders' fresh legs come to the front, they can bring a breakdown really quickly. These riders, they just have to get everything out now. Caja Royale have also come to the front there after the support. They're looking after the hopes of Daniel Babor. Plenty of teams now. This is why that break is coming down. A mix of teams to the front. Tudor Pro Cycling, Royale, Green Project Bardiani, Astana. They know they need to look after those sprinters. They need to give them an opportunity to win. Still, that group of 3 now. Mazzotto looking the strongest. Is he going to try and make a solo move and try and hold off this chasing peloton?
10 kilometers to go, the final 10k of today's stage. Our 3 leaders, the 2 riders that kick things off today, are still standing with the man in the black and gold, Afik Othman. Parisia in the reds of the 711 Click Air 21 Road Bike Philippines team. He got things going with Masoto this morning, and they're still together. Afik Othman making it into that big breakaway group, and now Masoto on the front, jumps to try and go clear on his own if he can, just snaking on the front. Little gap now opening, just a little shake and bake here to try and shake off Afik Othman, and he looks like he's cracked the Malaysian. Can they get up now to Masoto? Oh, look at Nico Parejo, though. He's really having to dig in here. It's the Italian that's trying to go clear, and the man from the Philippines has still got some riding in the legs. Big question is, can he get up to the big man from Italy?
He's gone, but he tried from the front. Now only 25 seconds, and you see Masoto, he turned around there, he saw that breakaway coming. 8.6 kilometers to go. We make this right-hand turn, then we're on the same road until the final left-hand corner at 400 meters to go. So it's pretty much this wide all the way down. No more bonus seconds to be had, but that spells disaster for the breakaway of 3. Once they start attacking each other and it all comes back together, no one wants to then work and is committed as together as they were. See them having slight words, and there's that peloton led by one of the riders from Tudor Pro Cycling.
Our King of the Mountains is on the front. Simon Pello and Tudor Pro Cycling have spent most of the day just sitting down the back, as is their reward for no longer leading the race. It was up to the Green Project Bardiani team to defend. They did that along with Astana, with Leonardo Basso, who's done another great day out for Gleb Sarista for the team. Bolton Equities Black Spoke have been contributing. George Jackson level on GC. Can he get himself up there, take some bonus seconds, and potentially ride himself into the leader's jersey to take that into the iconic Genting Islands stage tomorrow? The Genting Highlands is the climb up to the finish. That would be a great prestige for the New Zealander, and Bolton Equities Blackspoke will have a huge amount of faith in him after delivering that stage win yesterday. Human Powered Health have Sasha Vimas and Kakarurao, as John Mould said, Daniel Babor. They've got the sprinter in their team. As Nico Pareja now decided to go alone. He has. Last man standing from the breakaway is the man that kicked things off earlier on today. The little pocket powerhouse from the Philippines. Gutsy move here as the peloton charge him down. 8k to go. You want that combativity award as well, don't you?
Well, he started off the breakaway, and now he's finishing it off as well. Last man to attack. He's got some legs left. One day out actually in that breakaway, so he's proving really well. So we get closer and closer. So now coming up to nearly at 6 kilometers to go. Is there going to be a hesitation now? The peloton have caught every breakaway rider. Is there a chance for someone to take a little quick move towards the end? Who's going to be the team that holds the pace all the way to the finish? Key point, remember, 400 meters to go, a left-hand turn, so the fight for position is going to be key into that turn.
Quite wide roads?
It's wide roads, exactly similar to what we've got now. Enough space to move up when they need to. The key point is a team like Human Powered Health we haven't seen much of. Do they get round VMouse and really deliver him into a good position and give him a chance at victory? Day one he was there only with one other rider, and that was Gies van Hoek. But now this is the time. See Bolton Equities Black Spoke, they move to one side of the road. They have a teammate riding on the other side of the road. Need to have a conversation, boys. Get together, get together. No point riding two people competing to be at the front.
And his job's done, I think. He's looked across and thought, okay, my job is done, up to you. And George Jackson right on the back of the group. Astana moving up. And interesting and good to see Astana in formation. Gleb Zarista's done a lot of work on his own in these sprints. So it's good to see the Kazakhstan team actually getting behind him.
Yeah, and even if they're not going to do a full lead out into that final corner, Gleb Zarista is good enough, he's smart enough. They just need to deliver him into a good position with 400 metres to go, and he can do the rest. There's Bolton Equities Black Spoke, full of confidence from yesterday. They move up, they hold one side of the road, and we just go past 5 kilometres to go.
And here come the Green Project, Bardiani. They need to be working for Zanoncello. Where is Zanoncello? I'm looking around for that leader's jersey. Is he in the centre?
He's in the centre, third wheel. But there's Green Project Bardiani riders all in different places. On the left hand side of your screen there's 2, and there's 3 on the right hand side. You need to get together. You've got race radios, communicate with each other, and you find each other. That's the way you get a result. And that's exactly what Black Spoke, Bolton Equities Black Spoke are doing. Look at that, 5 in a row.
They've picked their team really well for this sort of scenario, Bolton Equities Black Spoke. They're on the right of the peloton as you look at them. In the orange and purple coloured jerseys on the left are Human Powered Health. They now move across. For Human Powered Health, just cut through here, then as you said, take back that other side of the road, because here you have that potential through the centre to get swamped by the next lead outs coming up behind you.
And the road does twist, but I think the corner is key, is a left-hand corner. You'll know that. So the best-hand side of the road, even if it is going a little bit slight to the right, slight to the left, is to be on the inside. So you can then really have the racing line into the corner. You're going the shortest way round. It looks like Luke Mudgeway, who's doing his lion's share of the work on the front now.
So Mudgeway, it's like Logan Curry and Matt Bostock. And then George Jackson. Can Jackson go 2 from 2? Here come Tudor with that white jersey of Simon Pello, our King of the Mountains, our orange jersey of our points leader of Arvid Decline. They've now got themselves organised for Kakarurao. Daniel Babor, Thomas Barter in front of him. So we have got some power in the at the front of this peloton for this lead out. As Simon Kurt, we look to here for our EF riders. Tom Scully just dropping back, wearing number 4. We thought he might have a go in the sprint today. Clearly not. Just drops back through the group. We see Simon Pello looking around. So Human Powered Health are doing the same. Pello just has to come across over the top here of our Human Powered Health rider, just causing a little bit of chaos through the front of the peloton. As he just swings off, drops back. Here comes Pello, the Swiss man. Arvid Decline's got 2 riders in front of him in the lead out, but they're doing a great job here. Our Bolton Equities Black Spoke and the rest of the riders within this group just happy to let the New Zealand team take the front. And that again shows the confidence that the peloton have in Bolton Equities Black Spoke now with that stage win yesterday to let them take the lead.
And they've done a brilliant job. It's Logan Curry now. Then before that, Bostock was sat behind George Jackson. He has now moved in front of him. Still enough riders for Jackson.
You can see multiple riders now trying to come up, and we're seeing is Harif getting brought up as well for Terengganu. Pello's battling for the front here. You can see riders from Terengganu, Yosef Ragigi coming up towards the front here for Terengganu. And our white jersey, Iman Rosli of the Malaysian national team. He's also fighting for position. There is a real battle going on from those individual riders now that are trying to get themselves up to the front to surf those lead outs. Gleb Zarista getting himself into the mix here in the lead outs of Pello coming through here, swings off, gets that pace high. Our man from Euskadi, too close, too far out for the finish for him to go. Here come Tudor Pro Cycling in those black jerseys. We're through that 2k to go point. Nice big turn from Simon Pello, and for George Jackson it will now be down to Matt Bostock to try and deliver him.
Bostock just needs to follow a wheel, maybe have a little bit of a rest, hold Jackson in position, and then try and deliver him into this left-hand corner. We still have just coming up to 1 kilometre to go now, so still 600 metres until that left-hand turn. Have Bolton Equities Blacksburg done too much too soon?
That is the big question. Here come Kacherudau. We're looking for that turn there. 400 metres to go from that left-hand corner, just at the top of your screen. You can see how wide it is. That shows how tough it is to control here. Tudor Pro Cycling looking to deliver Arvid Decline to his second stage win. Kacherudau with Babor. Babor, you can see with the beard, he's got his fellow countryman right in front of him. It's Kacherudau that have got the front through that final corner. Babor poised and ready. Jackson is there. Where is Zanoncello? He's a little bit further back. Babor and Jackson are going to go power to power here into the finish. Is it going to be Babor? Babor's got the front. Jackson trying to come through. Babor takes it for Kacherudau. Daniel Babor delivers after a phenomenal lead out by Thomas Barter. Holds off Jackson in that sprint. It's Czechia and Daniel Babor.
A brilliant timed sprint. They did the work earlier on. They saved their riders and they positioned. They got into that corner first. Babor then was delivered. He opened up, 250 to go. Won by at least a bike length. Fastest sprinter today. What a way. We now have 4 different winners at the Tour de Langkawi.
It's kind of what you want. I love it. I love how everyone's sharing out the spoils. He deserved that. That was perfectly timed. We'll take you through the sprint momentarily, but we didn't see them, and his teammate Thomas Barter just delivered him into that final corner. You could see just chaos and mayhem, wasn't it, running in through that final couple of kilometres. And as you said on the run-in, it almost seemed like Bolton Equities needed one more rider to hold on through that 1k to go.
And it was key, that final 600 metres from a kilometre to go to that left-hand turn. You saw the riders. That's when Casa Royale moved up in that final kilometre. It was wide enough, they had this time to do it, and they did it. But a key point to think of is where Jackson finished. He was on equal time with that man there, Zanoncello. If he picks up second or third, he could be wearing that leader's jersey at the end of the day.
But the Green Project Bardiani it should have been all in for Zanoncello there. It's getting organised, as you said. It's talking into the radios on that run-in. Everyone in front of him.
Yeah.
They should have been there if you're going to defend that jersey. Otherwise, they're just, again, we end up with 3 or 4 riders in the top 10.
Yeah, there's 2 on one side of the road, 3 on the other side of the road. After doing all that work to control the breakaway all day, and then not to be able to then, you just need to get together, deliver the rider.
And we're going to go down. I think we're going to hear from our winner.
An unexpected win for many. What about you? Did you think you would win today?
No, we have a very good plan for today, and we did it for 100%. So for me, it's not so unexpected because I have very good guys here, and I know I'm not in the good shape, but I have my standard. But we did very, very good teamwork today, and nice work.
Tell us about this teamwork with Thomas Barta, who was top 10 on stage 1.
Yeah, it's Thomas and Gorka also. The plan was to put the full gas in last 1 kilometer, to be in the last corner as a first, max second, and we did it, and in that moment I know I can go.
First win for you at Le Tour de Langkawi, riding for a Spanish team, all Spanish team, but first participation to this race. What does it mean for you and your team?
Yeah, big things. Because, as I said, in the past. I a little bit struggled this year, but in the final of the season I have a good luck, so it means a lot for me and also for the team. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you.
So the 23-year-old takes the victory and delivering good form at the end of the season. He had a win in Portugal earlier on in the season in August. Took the points jersey there, and a Czech rider on a Spanish team takes the win.
And all down to that teamwork. He said in that interview they had a plan and they did it perfectly. They decided to leave it late, hit it in that final kilometre. First man starting that off for them was Gorka Sararin. He made a brilliant move. That allowed Barta then to lead into that corner, and you can just see on the top of your screen Barta swings off, and that gives Babor time to open. 200 meters to go. Look at the acceleration all the way to the finish line. Trying to look like it. It looks like Jackson did finish second. So with the quick mass there, Babor takes stage victory. Here we go. This is Barta leading it in.
But also a great demonstration of how to help Babor carry the speed.
Yeah, and they made that corner perfectly. So look, and then he accelerates out again. Barta then accelerates to the finish of his turn. He makes it look left. Babor then 250 to go. Opens up. Brilliant sprint. Even Barta, look, he knew he'd won way before Babor even crossed the line, celebrating before he got there.
And it looks like Jackson and Vimas.
Jackson Vimas, second and third. Brilliant.
George, a winner yesterday, second today. Have you been surprised by this Czech rider from Karahoral?
He had lots of speed today, and he had one rider in front of him coming around the last corner, so he had a really nice lead out, but my boys did an amazing lead out again, but I just came around the corner, tried, but he had some fast speed today.
We have seen your boys a lot at the end of the peloton again.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Like, this is our first time in Asia, and it's like we don't get to do many lead outs, and so we're learning fast, and they're just doing crazy work for me. So we're just going so good.
You don't seem so disappointed by finishing second.
No, I'm still pretty happy, but obviously it would have been nicer to win, but we've got a few more shots.
Thank you.
I think he's got to be happy with that today. As he said yesterday, I'm not so confident in the big bunch sprint, but he's gone up against Vimas and declined as well.
Oh, the good thing is he's had an opportunity to sprint, and he was beaten by someone who was faster than him, who had a better lead out. You can't be annoyed or disappointed too much. He also takes a leader's jersey out of that. He's gained an extra 6 seconds. He goes ahead of Zanincello. But Babor was the fastest man, and a perfect lead out was delivered by Casual Royale. So you take your hat off as Jackson. He's not going to be too disappointed. He's done everything right he could have, so he's happy with that.
And I think the lead out and the reaction of the 3 Casual riders, that's always what makes it for me.
Yeah, and they know they did a brilliant job. And when you do that, and then your teammate's able to finish that job off and the sprint. Brilliant, well deserved.
Rides the track as well, comes with a bit of a track background does Babor. And just 23 years old is the man from Kakadadal, and that will help them as well. This is a prestigious race, as we said. We've had some of the biggest name sprinters in cycling here in Langkawi over the years, and to add a Langkawi stage win, and to see the way your lead out is working, just 2 riders as well. It's not like they had the whole team on the front. He freelanced that. He surfed those lead outs absolutely perfectly.
And they didn't just wait and sit back until the final kilometre. Yes, they did with the final 2 lead out riders, but they were working at the front to bring that breakaway back. So they've done everything they could. It's been a brilliantly planned and executed plan by the team.
So thank you again, one again.
Sekali lagi terima kasih. Ada lagi persembahan buat ada dah? Ada dah?
Itu je lah.
Okey.
Memang tiap kali kalau polis lo bersemangat.
Another great stage, interesting stage we had today. Lots to report. There's your stage result. Daniel Babor takes it from George Jackson and Sasha Vimas. Carlos Canal Blanco in fourth. Lorenzo Conforti, Attila Viviani, Maris Bogdanovic, Arvid de Klein, Enrico Zaroncello, and Gleb Sarista, your top 10. 3 hours, 6 minutes, and 5 seconds of racing.
Faster. Look at the difference. All the different winners. Here we are.
And your general classification looks like this as we head to the mountains. George Jackson of Bolton Equities Black Spoke takes over in the leader's yellow jersey by 6 seconds ahead of Enrico Zanoncello. Simon Carr in third at 10 seconds. Canal Blanco, Yarawat, Yombao, Yonagiro, Tom Scully, Pablo Castillo, and Logan Curry, your top 10. But we expect all change at the top of the general classification tomorrow as we head towards the brute that is the Genting Highlands. Arvid de Klein still in the points jersey, but 1 point ahead of Enrico Zanoncello. George Jackson closes to third with 27 points. Gleb Sarista up there in fourth place. Daniel Babor now in fifth in the point standings with 22 points. Sasha Vimas in sixth place. Carlos Canal Blanco has had some good results so far this week. He is there in seventh place. King of the Mountains, Simon Pello still has an 8-point advantage over Luca Covilli, with Matteo Scalco there third with 11 points. So no danger to that competition today. And it's Ratchanon Yawarat of the Thailand Continental team who now takes over in the white jersey as the best Asian rider ahead of Thanakan Chaisombat. And Ayman Rossley drops to third. He had that jersey on his shoulders today, but job done by Ratchanon Yawarat of the Thailand Continental team. He is now in the white jersey. Job done today for Yarawat.
Yeah, and ready for the general classification tomorrow.
Sasha, another top 3 after stage 1. Are you satisfied with this one?
Yes, I am a little bit disappointed. The team did a perfect job. Also my lead out, Gijs. I lost him before the last corner. I need to survive to get to the front, and I was a little bit close in, but then I found the gap and I was just too late. So I'm second now. I'm second? Third? Really? I was thinking I was second, so yeah.
Are you surprised by the power of the Czech rider from Karahoral who won today?
No, for sure not. He's also really fast, so he's also a good rider.
Thank you. Good job, buddy. Way to go, man. I'm second, I think you're second, yeah. You're second, but we haven't heard officially yet,
And Sasha Vimas as well. He did the best job that he could. Look at this lead out. Take us through in the green and white where they come from.
So you can see at the top there, 3 Casa Royale riders. They time it perfectly. Bolton Equities Black Spoke still with 2, just Bostock on the front. And they've waited and waited. Go long. It's a long way. This is a kilometre to go from this point now. Casa Royale are patiently sat on the right-hand side of the road behind Tudor Pro Cycling and Bolton Equities Black Spoke. The road opens up again now. That allows them the space to go on the right-hand side. And then Barter looks right, he looks left. And that gives the acceleration, opens up the road. And Babor, a really strong finish. The fastest man is brilliant. Look at Barter on the left-hand side, already celebrating. That was with 75 metres to go, hands in the air with 50 metres to go. Babor goes all the way to the line though, he's not risking it. And then he celebrates a brilliant win by a bike and a half, probably by the end, to Jackson and V-Mice.
The rest of the team celebrate behind. Looking at where Barter, the length of his lead out was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was probably around from 5:50 to go, all the way around that left-hand corner. He made the massive effort to make sure he was into it first with Babor on the wheel, and that's exactly what we needed to do. Because, of course, when you go around a corner, the distance is kind of shortened. You free wheel, you get a little bit of micro recovery. He came out, that was 3:50 to go, and then he did one last acceleration to really deliver Babor to accelerate off that wheel. That's exactly what he needed to do, executed to perfection, and a deserving stage win for Thomas Babor.
That is it from us for today. We're going to leave you to enjoy the on-stage entertainment, and we're going to hand you over to our colleague Kiki down there at the finish to take you through the podium presentation. A great stage today, a very well-deserving winner. Make sure you join us for stage 5 tomorrow. The Tour de Langkawi is going to the Genting Highlands. From Martin McDonald and John Mould, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Perak.
Maki na maki. Seterusnya di tempat yang kedua dari pasukan Bolton Equities Black Spoke.
He was the stage winner yesterday. Once again, he's up on the podium. George Jackson.
George Jackson dari Bolton Equities Black Spoke.
He was the stage winner yesterday for the third stage. A tough stage yesterday. Alright, Hafizan.
Dan juara bagi peringkat yang keempat dari pasukan
Kaharuna Seguros RGA Daniel Babo. Indeed, this is a gift, a birthday gift untuk dia punya team captain. A good birthday gift for the team manager, I must say. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the fourth stage at Meru Raya.
Ketiga, kedua dan pertama untuk peringkat yang keempat. Majlis ucapkan terima kasih kepada tamu-tamu kehormat di atas kesudian untuk menggunakan acara penyampaian.
Thank you to our guests of honor. We're giving away the prizes for the stage winners just now. And congratulations to the riders.
Baiklah, seterusnya untuk Most Combative Rider yang dibawakan oleh Bubble O2. Majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput yang berusaha Encik Zuri Hami Zakaria SUV Dasar K Kementerian Belia dan Sukan bagi menjemput dan mengiringi yang berbahagia Datuk Abu Bakar As-Siddiq Haji Muhammad Siddiq, Chairman of Executive Committee Pernas, iaitu Wakil Bubble O2.
Bubbles O2 powering our most combative rider. With that, I would like to invite this rider up on stage from Team Coratec, Cell Italia, Giulio Masotto. Good job to Giulio, our most combative rider for the fourth stage. Petronas LANGKAWI 2023. Thank you, Bubbles O2.
Thank you, Bubbles O2, Most Combative Rider.
Grazie, grazie.
Terima kasih untuk Datuk.
Gracias, gracias.
Thank you.
Grazie.
Baiklah, seterusnya kita akan beralih ke jersey putih pelumba terbaik Asia dibawakan oleh Beautiful Terengganu. Untuk itu, majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput yang berbahagia Datuk Ahmad Syafawi Ismail, Ketua Pengarah Majlis Sukan Negara, bagi menjemput dan mengiringi yang berhormat Ustaz Isamuddin Abdul Karim, Exco Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu.
And now we're going to present to you the Best Asian Rider as of the fourth stage. Best Asian Rider brought to you by the beautiful state of Terengganu. Baiklah Hafizah, marilah sama-sama kita mempersilakan pelumba daripada
Thailand Continental Cycling Team.
Yawarat Ratchanon.
Yawarat Ratchanon dari pasukan Thailand Continental Team.
Congratulations to Ratchanon.
Here we come, Ratchanon Yawarat. Thank you so much. Terima kasih kita ucapkan kepada Yang Berbahagia Datuk Ahmad Syafawi dan juga Yang Berhormat Ustaz Isyamuddin di atas kesudian untuk menyempurnakan penyampaian sebentar tadi. Berikutnya dibawakan oleh Tourism Malaysia, jersey polka dot untuk Raja apa? Raja Bukit. Untuk itu, majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Sofian Hamzah, pengarah bahagian para Majlis Sukan Negara, bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Roslan Abdullah, pengarah periklanan digital Tourism Malaysia.
And next we're going to present to you the polka dot jersey for the 4th stage, brought to you by Tourism Malaysia. Thank you so much to Tourism Malaysia.
Baiklah, dari pasukan Tudo Pro Cycling Team, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, Simon Pelot.
Still retaining the polka dot jersey from the 3rd stage. Feeling comfortable with that jersey. And tomorrow, let's see whether he's going to retain this jersey going up to Genting Highlands.
Okey, ini jersey Raja Bukit yang dibawakan oleh Tourism Malaysia. Pemenangnya adalah Simon Pelot.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Tudo Pro Cycling Team.
the winner as of the 4th stage, PETRONAS LANGKAWI 2023, Simon Pelot.
You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone.
Hold it up, yeah. Big smile from Simon. Thank you very much.
Majlis mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Encik Sofian dan juga Encik Roslan. Seterusnya kita akan beralih ke jersey orange untuk pelumba terpantas ataupun Raja Pecut. Untuk itu majlis menjemput sekali lagi Yang Berbahagia Datuk Ahmad Syafawi Ismail, Ketua Pengarah Majlis Sukan Negara, bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berhormat Tuan Ngah Komeng, Menteri Pembangunan Kerajaan Tempatan. Dipersilakan.
And next we're going to present to you the best sprinter as of the 4th stage, PETRONAS LANGKAWI 2023. The orange jersey brought to you by KBS. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this rider from Tudor Pro Cycling Team, Arvid Decline.
Arvid Decline dari Tudor Pro Cycling Team.
Arvid still retaining the orange jersey, brought to you by Kementerian Belia dan Sukan atau Ministry of Youth and Sports Malaysia.
Baju lama pakai pun tak habis lagi, dapat baju baru lagi. 2 kali jersey KBS dari Arvid Decline dari Tudor Pro Cycling Team.
Congratulations to Arvid. You're keeping Simon Pelot company up on stage. 2 of Tudor Pro Cycling Team members up on stage.
Saudara-saudara sekalian, tepukan untuk Avi Decline Tudo Pro Cycling Team. Majlis mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Yang Berhormat Tuan Ngah Komeng, Menteri Pembangunan Perumahan Kerajaan Tempatan.
Congratulations to Arvid. And next we're gonna have
Sekali lagi kita nak menjemput juga Yang Berhormat Encik Karudin Abu Hanifah, Esko Kerajaan Negeri Perak, mewakili Yang Berhormat Menteri Besar Perak, bersama-sama dengan Yang Berusaha Encik Zulkifli Osman, Ketua Petronas Utara Tengah, untuk tampil ke pentas bagi penyarukan jersey hijau pendahulu keseluruhan setakat ini yang dibawakan oleh Petronas.
Okay, let's see who's going to receive the green jersey, the GC jersey brought to you by Petronas.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, dari pasukan Bolton Equities Black Smoke, tepukan untuk Josh Jackson.
Josh Jackson, the stage winner last stage. Now he's wearing the green jersey, the leader jersey as of the fourth stage for the 27th edition Petronas LANGKAWI 2023. Congratulations to Josh Jackson. Okay, can we have George to be up on the podium first? Ladies and gentlemen, the leaders of the power stage, George Jackson. You're simply the best. From Bolton Equities Black Smoke. Okay, we invite all the jersey holders first. Squeezy, squeezy. Hands up, prize up, teddy's up, yeah. Turtle. Alright, thank you, kita jemput tetamu hormat untuk gambar. Okey, kita dengar arahan juru foto. Oyen ke depan sikit, Oyen. Sebelah Afiq.
Tahun depan kita kena buat stage besar sikit lah. Terima kasih Kerajaan Negeri Perak. Terima kasih semuanya rakyat Negeri Perak yang menyambut kami hari ini.
Thank you so much to the state government of Perak.
Baik, sebelum itu ada berita dari Hangzhou. Malaysia telah pun memungut pingat pertama dari sukan pelayaran bagi acara IRC 4 Muhammad Asnawi Iqbal. Ilka 4 pingat gangsa, pingat pertama Malaysia di Tamasya Sukan Asia Hangzhou. Baik, sebelum berpisah, majlis menyebut Yang Berusaha Encik Inan Arif Abdul Rahman, ahli lembaga pengurus Majlis Sukan Negara, untuk menyampaikan cinta mata kepada Yang Berhormat Encik Karudin Abu Hanifah, Esko Kerajaan Negeri Perak, dan juga Yang Berhormat Tuan Ngah Komeng, Menteri Pembangunan Kerajaan Tempatan. Dipersilakan.
Thank you so much to our guest governor for gracing our event to be here and let us be play host for the finishing for the fourth stage Petronas
Let's do you.